this?
Ready?
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of this municipal council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of March 9, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton. Here. Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Present.
Councilman Mendez. Present, Madam Clerk. Councilman Mims. Here. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Present.
Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us Evangelist Kelly Moss Brown. She's from the Paterson Assembly of God Church, and she will render the prayer. And also, Honorable Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton will lead us in the flag salute. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer. Thank you.
All wise, everlasting God, we pray, Lord God, that you will have mercy on us today, God. We pray, Lord God, that you will look on our city, Lord God. Father, we pray an extra prayer, Lord God, for all those that are grieving and that are mourning and suffering loss today, Lord God, due to COVID, due to violence, just due to life issues. We ask, Lord God, for a special touch for them on today, Lord God. Father, we ask, Lord God, that you will look on the leaders of the city, Lord God. We pray, Lord God, that you will give them wisdom, guidance, and the light they need, Lord God, to bring us through, Lord God. Father, we ask, Lord God, that you look on all those households that are suffering and that's going through hardships and hard times. We pray, Lord God, that you would send your ministering spirits to comfort them, to keep them, Lord God, and pull them through, Lord God, these hard times. We ask, Lord God, that you have mercy on us now. We ask, Lord God, that you strengthen us as a city. We pray, Lord God, that you will bring peace to our city, peace on our streets, peace on our home. Oh, Lord God, in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord God, we have need of you, and we ask for your help, and we ask for your assistance and your guidance. In the mighty name of Jesus, we ask, Lord God, that you will just look on us, keep us, touch us, and strengthen us. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the flag salute led by Honorable Councilwoman Cotton. Allegiance
To the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
We will now have a moment of silence for troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date March 9th, 2021, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 on or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Crusader International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and it paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Councilwoman Mims, you have some presentations?
Yes, thank you, Council President. And so on behalf of the mayor and the municipal council, we would like to,
Mr. President, if I may, 1 second.
Apologize for that. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We actually have to take action on item number 17 before we do those, recognize those individuals.
Continue.
Continue, Madam Clerk, with number
Yes.
17.
At this time, we'll take item number 17 on our non-consent agenda, and item number 17 reads, Resolution honoring City of Paterson March 2021 Employees of the Month. This is sponsored by the Honorable Municipal Council members. City Council Resolution 21103.
So moved.
second,
Moved by Councilman Davila,
Second by Mims,
second by Mims and
Bellis.
Velez and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 17 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It gives me great pleasure to vote on this item. Congratulations to all the city employees. Well deserved, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote, I just want to say, when I took office in 2014, it was always a desire of mine. I always said that some of the employees, like the morale in the city, was somewhat shot, something like it is today for some. And I remember when we started doing celebrations for Hispanic Heritage Month, for Black History Month, I came to my colleagues and I asked, we should recognize individuals from the city of Paterson, workers from the city of Paterson. And throughout my time here, that is something that we have done. Councilwoman Mims took it another level in terms of talking to the administration, because this is an administrative function. And, through resolution, the council supported such measure. And I think that it's important to recognize, part of it is absolutely the morale, but to also let you know that your work is appreciated, and that I wish that we would be able to possibly even give some type of incentive money-wise. Unfortunately, we can't do that, all right? So don't let anyone tell you that we can, we cannot. We're a city that's distressed, a city that receives transitional aid. So there's certain things that we cannot do, but believe me, and I can speak for myself, but I would say that every council member here would say that they would love to give our city employees some type of incentive, even if it's employee of the month, or just as a general to give all of you a raise. So unfortunately, that can't happen, but at least, this month's recognition goes out, to these few individuals, and, I look forward to seeing at some point that all individuals be recognized in the city of Paterson. So with that said, thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, I definitely believe that it's very important to recognize the hard work and dedication of our city employees with this resolution, and even more than that, every single day. In order for you to do the job right, you need to have love and passion for what you do. And definitely, this is the time for us to recognize and acknowledge the hard work and dedication that you put in every single day to our city. And I also do believe, I agree with Councilwoman Davila, that I would love to see some time of compensation of this day in the future moving forward. But once again, congratulations to all the honorees, and congratulations to all the city employees of the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so this is an ordinance, it's not a resolution. This has not been done since Mayor Marty Barnes was in office. When I was talking to the employees of the city, they talked about being recognized for the great work they have done. And so instead of making it a resolution, I decided to write a law that mandates that we recognize the employees every month. In addition to that, in May, that we do a big celebration of milestones of accomplishments, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. And I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Dasil, who really put together an amazing criteria that is set for the department heads. The mayor allowed me to be in the staff meeting to talk about this great ordinance and new law. And this is actually the second month of us doing it. So we're going to be recognizing tonight the March employees of the month, and then on our March 23rd, we will recognize the February. So this is not a feel-good resolution. This has come to pass, and I'm grateful to see employees be recognized. For so long, sometimes you feel undervalued or underappreciated, and I'm really grateful to see that this has come to pass. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Well, I share the sentiments of my colleagues today. We are a team that all recognize every employee of the city of Paterson, and that contribution that they bring. Some of them will make noise, some of them will not make noise, and that the important thing is that they give back to the community in different ways. I'm gonna share this call that I received regarding an employee. And I'm not gonna use the name because she didn't allow me to. But she early in the morning, last month, she calls me and say, do we get an incentive with this? And I said, probably down the road. Why I say probably down the road? I was 7 years employed of the government in Puerto Rico, and I recall that every year they used to receive a bonus, monetary bonus every year, 4% of their salary every year. And I hope this administration start thinking in those employees. This is good. I commend the council. I commend Lisa Mintz. I commend Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lisa Mintz. And I commend the administration to look into recognizing our employees. Hopefully, the administration could, in the future, could set aside the same way that we set aside a budget for AIDS and other things in the city. They could set aside also a general recognition yearly to our employees, at least a bonus. They used to call it, I don't know, Councilwoman Marissa Dowd could recall the bonus, that they used to call it the Christmas bonus. And it was a 4% out of their salary, and they used to give it every 31st of December in the last paycheck. So it's things to think. I know the administration will do good and bring in revenues to the city for we could recognize our employees the right way and move it the right way. So saying that, congratulations, this time is you. Tomorrow could be others. Keep on doing the great work and keep up putting your morale as an employee of the city of Paterson in the high standard. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, before I vote, let me just remind my colleagues to just stick to the 2 minutes while voting. Could you please start the timer every time we're on roll call, Madam Clerk? Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 17 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I just want to identify the names, and if you are one of the employees of the month, if you'll just come this way, we're going to give you your citations, and then you can fist bump all of the city council members. You can give us a fist bump, and then you'll come through this way, and then make your way through that way. Is that okay? So the Employee Recognition Program, there's more that's here, Chief of Staff. So just so we'll know. The employees of the month for the month of March are the following: Albert Asphalt, Ben David Seligman, Charles Festa, Dominic Stampone, Hisham Masri, Harlan Lack, Deputy Clerk Jacqueline Brown Murray, John Emolo, Mayetta Gaeta, Michael Chambers, Rachel Nijen, Ron Van Weld, Teresa Cabrera, and Teresa Suarez. I repeat their names again: Albert Asphalt, Ben David Seligman, Charles Festa, Dominic Stampone, Hersham Masri, Harlan Lack, Deputy Clerk Jacqueline Brown Murray, John Amola, Mayette Gaeta, Michael Chambers, Rachel Nijen, Ron Van Wild, Teresa Cabrera, and Teresa Suarez.
Council President, if I may, it probably would have been nice maybe for those that don't know where these employees work. It seems like there's a good portion of them, they're from the law department. I see Terry Suarez, very sad, to see her leave on her retirement. but she was the supervisor for payroll. So I think also it's important to recognize, you know, the departments that they're coming from to see all the great work that they're doing.
Councilwoman Davila will give each honoree a $50 gift card to Dunkin' Donuts. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila, since you care so much.
All right, could we have them come forward, please?
Great.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. So, council colleagues, at this time, we're going to entertain before I go to number 28, I have a question about number 29. Councilwoman Cotton,
Council President.
hold on a minute. You want to do your yes, I'm sorry, I totally forgot that Councilwoman Cotton.
Fast, he just forgot. This side, wait. That's okay, Council President. Yes, hello. I just want to say, you know, everyone know March is Women's Month, International Women's Month, and you know, as a councilwoman for the 4th Ward here in the city of Paterson, to me it's very important as women that we work together, do things what we need to do, and so I just decided upon myself. But I want to thank Councilman Jackson because this was not my month, and he let me take his month. So I want to thank Councilman Jackson for allow me to do that because March is Women's Month. But I wanted to present to some of my ladies here that I've been working with to let them know that I, as a councilwoman, appreciate every last one of you ladies. And I just want to present, I forgot what they call them, these flowers, Councilwoman Mims.
Okay.
Presentation, that's what, I couldn't think of it. But my first person that I want to present it to is my good friend, Kelly Morse, who said the prayer today for me. And I have known Kelly ever since I got elected. But let me just tell you something. If you need a good prayer and your mind is all messed up, call Kelly. Because she'll make you feel good, that's for sure. She will make you feel good. She'll make you forget everything. She'll let you know that, you know what, and sometimes, you know, you need that good down-home prayer to get you some of these tough times that we're going through right now. And I want to say, Kelly, I love you. You're a dear friend, and I want to give you this for Women's Month. Thank you. I'm trying to go, Council President. And for my next person, I got to say, I've been here with her, and it's my, and she keeps all of us in line. And like they said before, you know, our Madam Clerk, when whatever we tell her, it stays with her. She ain't talking about us to nobody else. She keeps whatever we talk about to herself. And I want to say I appreciate that, Madam Clerk. And I want to say to you, I want to wish you a happy Women's Month. And I want to present these flowers to you. They are on behalf of me. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. And I don't know where my secretary, she's not my secretary, she's actually Councilman Jackson's secretary. But she's everybody's secretary, it's all 9 of us here. So, because whenever we need to get something done, she would make sure that we will all, as a matter of fact, they all take care of us. And I gotta say, I just love that dearly. So on behalf of that, I want to present one of our secretaries for the City Council, Sophia Alexander. There you go, sir. Yeah. And I know that I have my BA. I've been with her for the last 2 years. And you know what? Things are tough, and it's hard. But she put in many hours, and we all put in many hours. But I want to say to you, our BA, that I appreciate you. I love you dearly. I wish you well, and happy Women's Month, because it's a lot of work. So this is for you. Can you come up real quick?
Yeah, we need to do it, but in the future, we can't be having all this stuff before they.
God said, you know what? I always say, you got to make people feel good. And God says, just let people feel good for a little while. You know what I mean? And then, you know, you're still going to be hurt after a while, but just feel good for a little while. So, and with that being said, I have to say to my two councilwomen, please get up, my two councilwomen. And you know what I told Council President, right? I said, Council President, it's Women's Month. Why you didn't get us nothing? So, I don't
It's not
know.
his budget right now.
Yeah, he just forgot. That's what he did. He forgot, but that's okay. But
Check this out. When I was council
I know you
president, all
was.
right, I made sure to take care of the ladies, okay? But that's okay, you know. You need a woman to do the job and do it right.
so on behalf of me as Councilwoman Davila, this is for you. Happy Women's Month. We worked well together, and I want to say I appreciate you, both of you, and to my councilwoman at large, Dr. Lalisa Mims, that is for you. So before we sit down real quick, I'm getting there, Council President. Before we sit down real quick, on behalf of our three councilwomen, we're going to walk over here because this is Corporation Council last night. And we could not let her walk out of here without us not having something for her. I am going to miss her because I can go downstairs on the second floor at any time. And if I don't understand something, she explains everything clearly. And that's what you need to be able to just be able to go down to the director's office and say, just explain this, tell me what this is. So on behalf of the three women on the city council, and you can call it CDM, because that's what we are, Cotton, Davila, and Mims. Right, so, right, yes, here, you want to say something real fast?
I just want to say thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporation Council. We're going to miss you, but I love you dearly.
Council President,
Yep.
on behalf of the males on the city council, I think by the next meeting, I'll be reaching out to all you guys because Councilwoman Cotton deserves a huge bouquet of flowers for putting this together. So I'll be reaching out to you on behalf of the male. We're not going to forget Councilwoman Cotton because she's always a class act and putting others first, but we have to honor you on International Women's Day. Thank you, Council President.
And I just want to say I have something coming from my special chief of staff. You know, this is our second time in the chamber since March. And I'm used to seeing her on the screen and not in person here, but I have something coming for you. Our chief of staff, we love you, I love you, and I will have something for you coming. Thank you so much.
And Council President, if I may, Councilman Abdelaziz, I think that we as a council member, we have to do it for all the councilwomen and all the women in the room next time. We have to do it. It's our responsibility as a man here to do it.
I like that. Great.
Well, all I have to say is only the beginning of the month. I have made some arrangements with my aide already, so we're gonna celebrate the whole month. So let me leave it at that.
Awesome.
We got some good restaurants around.
Council President? Yes. Council President?
You're asking for? Oh, you have your mask on. I see you talking,
I'm
and
sorry.
this glass doesn't help. Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, if you can have a consideration for item number 21, I would
Sure.
appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, will we do item number 21?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 21 on our non-consent agenda, resolution naming Elizabeth Van Gien Niken as the City of Paterson Poet Laureate, sponsored by Councilwoman Marisa Davila and co-sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson and Councilman Alex Mendez. City Council Resolution 21-107.
Second.
Second.
So moved, Council President.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims, Mendez,
Please?
Cotton,
And Velez.
Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 21 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I'm glad to support this item. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a different name, the other name, then? What's the wrong name before?
No, the correct name.
Okay.
That's part of her name, but the correct name.
Oh, okay. Let me say, it's an honor for me to vote on this because, you know, I love to hear poetry. And if you listen to someone while they're doing poetry, it kind of like puts you in a trance. It makes you like feel so different and feel so good. So it's an honor for me to be able to vote on this, and I want to say to you, congratulations to another one of our poet laureate. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Davila.
Don't start the timer yet, Madam Clerk. No, just kidding. So before I take this vote, I want Elizabeth Van Ginneken to stand. She is,
Okay.
where is she? Oh my
Right
God.
over there.
I'm sorry, I was looking forward. I met her quite a few years ago. She is an artist. She's an amazing, amazing young lady. She has the passion for art. And I know that she's been going through a lot, so I won't even read into the record some of the reasons why today the council is taking action on something that's so notorious, and specifically I wanted to do the presentation. So Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask that it be framed and we do the presentation here in April, as April is, there's a recognition for Poetry Month, and being that National Poetry Month was inspired by the success of Black History Month and Women's History Month, it just gives me great pleasure to be able to sponsor such measure and call on Elizabeth Van Ginneken as the City of Paterson's Poet Laureate. I wish to God much health, and I'm looking forward to listening to the beautiful voice of yourself and your daughter in your home when you invite all of us over to read poetry, to read to the children. And I just so appreciate, I could say so much more, Council President. I know you said 2 minutes, but this is important. Many always say, and Councilwoman Mims always says it, you know, give the flowers while alive, because once you've passed on, right? I mean, we stay here, but the individual that needs to be recognized today, and it just gives me great pleasure to vote on this measure and to sponsor Elizabeth Van Ginneken as the City of Paterson's Poet Laureate. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As said by the three before me, it takes a special person to be able to encapsulate emotions, feelings, time, situations into words. Many of us aren't blessed with those talents. So I often look to Lizzie, as I affectionately call her, for those times of emotion and words to express for those perfect moments. It's a pleasure to support this matter because she is definitely a person after my own heart. She's a fighter. I've experienced that fight on both ends on a couple of occasions. So it's a pleasure for me to not just support this, but say that she's a friend. And I'm happy for this moment to be able to share it with you. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, I have the opportunity to review the resume and the life sheet of Elizabeth. And I mean, it's just outstanding. You put in our name all the way to the top. You know, I would like to just congratulate you and let you know that this is well deserved. So congratulations. And as a third ward resident, it's just a pleasure to have it with us. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so the resolution says Elizabeth, but I call her Lizzie, and I call her sister and a friend. I'll never forget the poem that you read when we were sworn in 2018. And all of the different poems and different quotes that you post on social media or personally send to I'm sure others as well as myself, and the words of encouragement and your strength that we've seen throughout the course of the time that I've met you. You're an amazing wife, you're an amazing mother, you're an amazing business owner, you're just simply amazing. And I am so grateful to be able to vote in favor of this because you're truly deserving of it. I love you, and I wish God continues to bless you. And I quote what the scripture says, I would have fainted if I didn't believe to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, don't start the clock. Just gotta finish early. Elizabeth, we have praying for you a lot, and miracles happens and move in different way. But I look something for you here. Elizabeth, like the moon and the sun, she is worth more than gold. Like the star in the sky, she worth more than a diamond. God bless you. Prosper in everything the way your heart prosper. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Elizabeth, just want to, just acknowledge, I've heard a lot of great things from my colleagues regarding your person, and I want to congratulate you. I believe it's well-deserved, and I wish you luck with everything in your life. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Council President. I'd like to give these flowers to Lizzie, all right? They were given to me, but guess what? Today is a special moment for you. It passed unanimously, and next month we will be doing a presentation, okay, formal presentation. We love you. I want to hug you right now, all right? But just stand, right? So, congratulations. Council President, she'd like to say just quick words.
I just wanted to say thank you. I know you don't always agree on everything, so for you to all agree for me, this is the 1-year anniversary of my cancer diagnosis this week. And it was stage 4 when they found it, and I didn't think I would be here. And I think I am because this city prayed for me, and I want to give back to it because it saved me, and I'd like to play a part in saving it. I love you all very much, and I'm grateful.
We love
Thank
you
you.
too.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
we're going to have to remove number 29.
29 to be
Yeah, I
removed?
spoke to
Okay.
several of my colleagues. We haven't gotten an opportunity to review the memorandum of understanding.
Okay. Okay, so for the record, item number 29 will be taken off.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any bills associated with this? No? Okay, no.
Council President, I thought there was. I thought in the meeting that we had with the school board,
Yes.
there was a bills list. I believe that
Yes. And it was,
Corporation Council submitted a few days ago. I'm happy that you did take this item off, only because we received an email at 6:20 this afternoon, this evening, and, we do need to sit down and really read, what that agreement is all about. Okay,
Yes.
so thank you for removing the item, but there is a bills list of, I think, close to $200,000.
$222,000.
Council President, if I may.
Corporation Counsel.
What you do have before you is an itemization of the bills that is requested. However, there are no bills on the bills list, and nothing has been paid to date. Nothing can be paid unless and until the council approves that MOU.
So let the record reflect that we're not refusing to enter into this agreement. We just need time to read it.
Good.
So, Madam Clerk, we normally do the bills list at the beginning of the meeting. Yes.
Want us to handle that at this point, so now we
You don't have
get
it?
payment of bills?
Madam Clerk, can you quote the dollar amount? And then I'll make some, I would like to make a motion.
The dollar amount is $11,153,736.77.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to make a motion to move the payment of bills in the amount of $11,153,736.77.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? Do we have a second? Second, Madam Clerk.
Okay,
Discussion.
thank you.
Councilwoman Davila?
Council President, if you were aware, last week's meeting in our workshop, I questioned the bills list, and obviously it wasn't a payroll week. So through the chair to the CFO, actually or the BA, I'd like to know what amount, if any, are for snow removal, any overtime in snow removal on this pay period?
The overtime for DPW is $88,831.06. For snow removal specifically, I'm not sure. But for overall DPW is $88,831.
Madam BA, would you know that information?
Yes, I'm just looking in my email here. I think I do have a document that I can put together. We looked at a breakdown of some of that overtime, so I can just confirm. I haven't had a chance to look at that, but I can try to get some of that to you.
Okay, so, Council President, you know, I'm asking this because there was questions, we've discussed it in Personnel Committee, we've discussed it in workshop, we've brought it before the council in terms of the amount of overtime, just overall. I wasn't trying to pick out a specific department, I was just saying snow removal and anything pertaining to that. You know, there was questions about, you know, work hours being 72 hours in a pay period, you know, of overtime, so, you know, that was in question. We can't get the full information right now. That's all I wanted to just put on record.
Okay, just want to let my council colleagues know that we have done our due diligence to bring up all these things to them, but after the hours are worked, we have to pay for them.
No, I'm
so I
not
just wanna-
questioning that, Council President. I wanted to just put it on
No, no,
record. I understand that we have to pay.
I'm not,
If they've worked, they get paid.
Councilwoman, I'm not clarifying your statement, I just don't want this, you know, discussion hopefully to prolong. Councilman Jackson, you want the floor?
Please. So, without having a moment to review it in its entirety, those who came out of Finance Committee, is there a payment to the garbage sanitation company?
Yes.
Yes.
So, first and foremost, Councilwoman Davila, I know that I know it wasn't an issue that you raised, but since you raised it for this evening, just would like to touch on it slightly. I think there is a level of responsibility and accountability that is necessary, but the fact of the matter is, this is a habitual occurrence. Now, we all know, we have to acknowledge that we were impacted gravely by the snow. So it was necessary to do as much as possible to remove the snow. So I don't have any issue with that. What I'm taking issue with is the habitual occurrence. You know, a few months back, I spotlighted that those overtime hours that were absorbed out of the BA's office, where several employees made in excess of $7,000 to $8,000 in one pay period. So I would venture to believe, and I'm willing to go to bet on it, that although there was an enormous amount of hours that were absorbed for snow removal, I'm sure that no one walked out with a $7,000, $8,000 check. So there is a level of accountability and responsibility of this council to be fiscally responsible, fiscally prudent, to make sure that these occurrences don't take place and it continues to happen. One of the things, and I'll just put this on record very quickly, one of the things that I was disappointed by was the fact that a third-party company was brought on, and during the height of the storm, they focused their efforts specifically in only certain parts of the city. So if we arm our men and women of DPW with better equipment and, of course, pay them better, I'm sure we'll get better out of them as opposed to putting an enormous amount of money in a third-party company's hands. Lastly, I'll say this. As every single one of you know, I've been very consistent on this. I will not, as I have done for the past 3 years, 2 years possibly, vote in favor of any bills list that pays this sanitation company that has absolutely no respect for our community. This community continues to be, one of the dirtiest in the state of New Jersey. It is absolutely appalling on how they conduct themselves as a professional organization that renders a service that receives in excess of anywhere from $9 to $12 million a year for a contract. And this is, from my perspective, of where the accountability needs to start. Obviously, the administration has not had the ability to manage and negotiate the processes of this contractor, should I say. But there's no way that I will vote in an affirmative for any bills list that pays this garbage company that does not respect this community.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
I was aware that the administration had a strict meeting with Rosselli. But at the same time, they had, according to this strict meeting with Rosselli, the administration had to come forward and tell us what happened in that meeting and, et cetera, because I raised a concern the last time. We have the payment of bills here with this company, and we express it because, well, as Councilman Jackson said, the taxpayer deserved the best. Now, something had to be done, and the problem is continue and continue. So I hope the administration do something ASAP, but I believe last time Madam BA spoke about RFP, or somebody's coming forward after this contract 90 days that we extended, something like that for us, or a year? No?
Council President, would you like me to address that?
Sure, Madam BA.
Sure. Councilman Velez, the contract expires for the first option year with Roselli at this summer for, I believe it's for the July 1st date. And so we're in the process now, and I know this was brought up in the DPW committee today and discussed. It was something for us to discuss in finance as well, of the difference between the two, going out to bid or continuing with a second year option year. So that is part of the conversation, and I was part of the meeting which the Chief of Staff ran with Roselli. So if you'd like her to give an update on that, we can. And I also just wanted to note, with an email going back to the snow, I wanted to answer Councilwoman's question. I had sent around the overtime report on last week, and there is a breakout of snow, and it's the same payroll. It's through the 2/19 payroll. And so you can see that on the tab for 2/19/21, it gives you a running tab of not only that payroll, but a year to date. So that payroll, all the departments, and that includes anybody who sort of worked during snow, and that's from your fire civilians to firefighters down to library, and then all the DPW divisions, was 166,000.
Okay, and Council President, I did see that breakdown. All right, and Council President, if I may just quickly, for us not to discuss what we discussed in committee today, because that is going to be coming, the chair, we're going to be bringing that up in our next workshop.
If I may, Council President.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, that is correct. We have a very extensive conversation with Chief of Staff and the DPW Director and the whole staff, talking about the concern that we all have about Roselli. I know we have an option to go for one more year in the contract with that company, but before that, we're evaluating all the options, and on top of that, for the next committee meeting, we're expecting to have Roselli in-house, and we're putting on the list all the complaints that we're getting, that we're receiving, to make sure that they understand what's going on with the city of Paterson, because what happened in this town is not happening in any other town. It's just unacceptable. So they know that, they have that information in writing. So we're gonna have the response on how they're gonna fix the problem in writing on the next meeting. And we're gonna share that information with the rest of the council, because this is a legitimate problem that has been going on with Roselle in the city of Paterson. And we spent $4.3 million in change with that company, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do in town. But I'm very sure that we're gonna correct the problem. So moving forward for the next workshop, we're gonna have more information, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $11,153,736.77. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
No.
Councilman Mims.
The bills before us for payment in service has been rendered. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
We had contractual responsibility, you know, even that I'm not too happy with it, but we have to make sure that we comply with our responsibility to pay them the bills, especially for those employees from DPW as contractual, that they deserve that and more. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 against. Payment of bills in the amount of $11,153,736.77 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Council President.
Council colleagues, let me just remind you, it's 7:54. We have done one item or two. And we also have a public portion at 8. Councilman Jackson, and then who else asked for the floor?
28.
Councilman Jackson.
Very, very briefly. You know, it's extremely disappointing. You know, I've been a part of this council for 7 years, and I've watched antics often. You know, it's very disappointing, and everyone is entitled to vote how they feel, but we are here in representation to the public. And when we do certain things, let me just talk about myself. When I do certain things, I make sure I always give reference to the exact reason of why. I don't do something without a reason. You know, it's disappointing to watch council members count votes on items that are so important. When we talk about being responsible, to the public. Yeah, we have contractual agreements, but guess what? Within the contract, it states very clearly that every truck should have a broom and a shovel, and if they spill something, they should be out there picking it up with a broom and a shovel. I challenge anyone in this community, anyone, one person, to please send me a video with this garbage company picking up garbage with a broom and a shovel, and I will, from this point forward, vote in the affirmative. But this garbage company disrespects this community, and we sit here as a collective, and we sit back, and we take it in the face on behalf of the residents. Guess what? The residents are the ones that's taking it in the face. When people like Mike Price call here because they disrespect him and throw his cans and break his cans, this consistent disregard and disrespect to the community, while some council members pass just to wait for it to count votes to see if they can vote yes or no. That's disrespectful to the community.
Once again, I respect, everyone here on the council. Could we stick to the city's business, please? We all have a responsibility.
Business, Council President. That is the city's business. The city's
Councilman,
wherewithal and the
Council, with
way
all
that
due
council members
respect.
move is the city's business.
Councilman, with all due respect, I just want to make. And you're not supposed to do that. Let me remind the members of the public, you cannot shout and you cannot disrupt the meeting. The comment that I just passed is, we all got to respect one another, and we have to, be accountable for our vote. And the ones that hold us accountable is the voters. So that's all I'm going to say at this moment. Councilman Velez.
Yeah, Council President, I want to stick into the agenda. I requested early, if it's possible, to entertain number 28 and the one for.
Councilman Velez, at this time, we opened the public portion at 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So we got to do the public portion first.
No, I see 7 o'clock over there, sorry.
President?
7:57.
Yeah, sorry.
Can we take one item before the public portion, Council President?
Which item?
Council
It's
President,
gonna take
we
more than a
have-
few minutes. That's gonna take a while,
Okay.
probably. Could we do the public portion? That's why I wanted to do those items at the beginning, but we had
Okay.
other things to take care of.
Thank you, Council.
Does Madam Clerk have the
Can we
list?
open the public portion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. The public portion is now open. I have 4 speakers, and the first speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker. Mr. Rucker, please state your name and address for the record. Okay, is that Ms. Myra Martinez?
Wow, Mr. Rucker being a
Mayor.
gentleman?
Good evening, Council President Flavia Rivera, council members, Madam BA, Madam Clerk, and everyone here. I'm Myra Montañez. I retired on August 1st, 2019, as a Paterson police officer of 25 years of service for the city of Paterson, New Jersey. First, let me say my condolences to the families of Captain John Phelan and Passaic County Under Sheriff Darrell Walton families. Last week, March 2nd, 2021, I watched the Paterson Council meeting being held at this chamber and noticed PBA Local 1 Presidents Mason Marr, SOA, and Alex Cruz, who said they wanted to clear up some miscommunication and misinformation from some of the members that went and spoke to some council people about 2 years ago concerning a 401A plan. President Cruz told Councilman Michael Jackson, you should call those same individuals and tell them exactly what happened when they had to pay $18,000 to $21,000 in taxes and the benefits we tried to save them. I am one of those PBA Local 1 members who President Marr and Cruz referred to and mentioned at this meeting on March 2nd. On December 30, 2019, a televised meeting took place here at this chamber with some of the council members present and Councilmember Bill McCoy. Everyone that was at this meeting were not misinformed, miscommunicated, or any false information was provided to you by me. This misinformation was provided by them to me and other members. President Alex, President Mason, and the AXA Equitable representative attended both council meetings on December 30th and March 2nd. If there was any misinterpretation, misinformation, or miscommunication, it could have been cleared up then. I had no knowledge before my retirement concerning of a meeting that took place where my buyout check, known as our PBA Local 1 2012-2019 contract, muster debriefing payment was to be deposited in a 401A plan, and it was mandatory. In conclusion, no matter what, I still have to pay taxes, and I didn't want to be penalized for taking my earned money out of any plan that I didn't choose to be in. I find that offensive and disturbing from these 2 individuals, who were my PBA president too, and they still are, to stand here and say you were provided false information by me or other members and try to discredit my character. Thank you, council members, for listening. Thank you for believing in us. God continue to bless you all. God bless the city officials, its employees, and the City of Paterson Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Paterson. Ernest Rucker, Paterson, New Jersey. I want to start by speaking on, I'm very glad that you guys voted to recognize the workers of this city. It's been a long time coming, and it's about time it happens. But what I would like to talk about right now is we spend a lot of money in brick and mortar. We build things quite well. We spend a lot of money on resurfacing the streets, even potholes. When are we going to start spending some money on human beings that work for the city of Paterson? People that cannot pay their rent with a 2-week paycheck. People that are borrowing to buy food and pay it back out the next check. It is ridiculous when we sit here and we talk about renovating the city and the new growth and the new buildings, and we don't invest in people. It is time that we start looking at our workers as our life stream to the rest of the residents, and also to you. You live here. I'm asking this council because there are not many things you can do. And I spoke to Councilwoman Mims earlier, and she gave me a very great proposal. But you have the power to change the pay scale, even though they're in a negotiation. You can say tomorrow, we want to bump everybody up to $35,000. Does it cost money? Yes, it does. But you're always complaining about the services, what you're getting back for your money. Well, you're not paying them anything. I don't know what you expect. We need to be able to send our people home in these different departments with a paycheck that at least after 2 weeks, they can pay their rent. On the next note, there was some word on the street that I need to clear up. The Grandparents Resource Center requested a donation from the mayor through one Paterson and through Charles Florio, so they would be able to take the money that the city had available to them, do their reimbursement, and still be able to function. So I wasn't going to even mention that because I didn't think it was something that I had to praise anybody for, but I wanted to make sure the word on the street was correct. If I have to go to the devil in hell to help my grandparents, I'm going. And I don't care whose pocket it comes out of. So tell the word on the street, Ernie Ruckus said, I don't really give a damn. This is about the Grandparents Resource Center and their children. And if I have to go out and solicit money from the devil in hell, I will do that to take care of them. In closing, sir, you just talked about our garbage company. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what side of the fence you're on, this needs to stop. This needs to stop. There were other plans that came up. Why don't you outfit this department that's doing all the work with the garbage trucks, the equipment necessary, give them some more money, and let them pick up our own garbage. And that $4 million doesn't go in somebody else's pocket. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to stop talking about all these other things we want to do and not invest in the people that work for us. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Michael Schiller.
How he left?
He's not here. Atif Coldman.
Good evening,
Good
elected
evening.
officials.
Good evening.
Councilwoman Mims, it's good to see you in person. My councilman, Michael Jackson. So I'm a new resident in Paterson. I was not born here, but I chose to move here because I like the community, I like the buildings, I like the area. But, you know, this past year has been a challenging experience. So much so that I can't even get my parents to come visit me because that's how bad Paterson is. They're upset because I'm here, because of some of y'all's negligence, because I think you failed to understand that you have an obligation as a legislator to protect and serve the residents of Paterson, and I think that has somewhat floated out because this city is in bad shape. It's in really bad shape. I mean, I can't even get friends to come from the city through the train station because the first time they came, they were there and they saw 2 people OD'd on the K2 and the pump in the chests and the ambulance and everything. So they just said, forget this, I'm going back. I just can't, I can't do it. So, you know, that's a problem. You know, we have a problem. But moving along, I really wanted to see the mayor. Where's the mayor? Is he here, Council President?
Never.
okay? Because I have, most of my remarks is for the mayor, because he's in charge, as far as I know, he's in charge of the day-to-day operations of the city. And I have some issues with Roselli, the garbage, because I'm in the first ward. I'm right around the corner in the first ward. And they're horrible. Even their equipment is horrible. So if their equipment, the tools that they're using is horrible, how do you expect them to do a good job? You know, I think Councilman Velez mentioned that the reason why they have to pay the bills is because there's contracts, there's requirements that have to be met. Well, that could be delayed. Just because you have to doesn't mean you have to do it right now. So some of those bills need to be looked at before we pay them. And I think that should be looked at before you guys make a motion to pay those bills. It warrants an investigation. 72 hours, I don't know if that's just an OT or if that's a combination of regular pay and OT, but that's a lot. The minute he went over 40 or hit 41, somebody should be looking and monitoring that employee to make sure that he doesn't go to 50, 60, or 72. That's a sign that nobody is controlling this city. Paterson has become what it has allowed. You have allowed this. You allowed Roselli to do what they do, which is why they've been doing it for so long. You allow the residents to litter and business owners to keep their garbage out. So what do you expect? They're going to continue to do it. What I'm really upset with is the community development, which is led by Mr. Gilmore, and he's working really hard, and I know he is, and I had a great conversation with him. Just give me 1 minute. And I'm really upset to hear that Saya took 5 investigators from his department. Inspectors, I'm sorry, inspectors. I'm very disappointed. When we should be improving this community, Saya he's moving us backwards by taking inspectors when we need more inspectors. So I have some issues with that. And I also have an issue with Modella Furniture, this Junkville store here you got here on the corner of Colt. This is the face of Paterson. This is your downtown area. And you got this junk furniture store. It's going to take one match and that whole thing is going to be lit because it's all junk in there. And, you know, you got to do something with that bird in the summertime. And the owner's throwing Sunny with the flies around the fruits. There's no control in this city. And I blame all of y'all. Y'all are in the position to change. If y'all can't do it, I'm sorry, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take over. We're going to insurrect City Hall. We're going to take over and change it all up. That's what I think should happen. And Mrs. Cotton, you're the senior member, you're the senior councilwoman. I expect you, I implore you to switch seats and take unity, take charge of this council. I see it in you. You have it in you to bring and unify everyone. I want you to be the council person. I want you to unify everybody. That's it.
Thank you. That's the last speaker, right, Madam Clerk?
No, Council President, I did. Someone came up and did not sign the sheets, and she was here. So I'm going to give her the opportunity, permission to have her speak. The next speaker, last but not least, Ms. Frances Harrison.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. We've been talking about Roselli, and it is so disheartening because I know I personally sent pictures to the BA, to the mayor, to Velez when he was on the DPW committee about Roselli shaking people down to get paid for picking up what they thought was too much garbage for them. I live in the 3rd Ward. We put out regular garbage. But when we have some garbage that's more than what they normally see, they expect us to grease their palms. Okay. It's been established that all the illegal construction that is being done in this city, Roselli is picking up this garbage because their palms are being laced. So when it comes time to pick up household garbage, there's no more room. You got the 1st Ward, the 2nd Ward, the 4th Ward that has transit living, that they put out whole apartments of furniture. We put out a couple bundles of rugs because we decided to change the carpet to hardwood floors. They want to get paid, and it makes no sense. I sent pictures just the other day to my councilman of them making a special stop in my block. Not their day for pickup, but they came in the block, went into this home, and took out construction recycle. Why are we still talking about this company? I don't get it. It's just like we keep talking about DPW not having enough equipment, not having enough money, not having this, not having that. First of all, whoever is working for DPW and feel like they're not getting enough money, find another job. Because you chose that job, be the best DPW worker that you can be, or find something else to do. And it's true, all this money that's being thrown around in this administration for secretaries, for administrators, these guys could use a little up. But the fact that they're not up, and that's the job that you chose, you need to do a better job. We're still talking about training, education. We're talking about getting people to fill into their jobs and care about what they're doing. But the administration is not putting this forward to the employees. They're not treating them like they're human beings. Oh, you're just a DPW, you're making 15, whatever, so don't worry about it. These guys deserve training. They deserve the ability to do these jobs that we're sending out to these other contractors, putting all this money out into other people's hands. But I don't know why we keep going over year after year the same thing. I'm not understanding it.
Thank you.
Council President.
Move to close.
Move to close, second.
Second.
Motion.
Roll call. It was moved by
Council.
Councilman Davida, moved by Councilman Delacis and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And then we're going to give the opportunity to the VA to, I guess, answer some of those concerns.
Yes, sir. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of March 9, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
We closing the public portion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Before I vote, I do want to make a mention only because the gentleman that spoke, I'm sorry that I don't recall the name, right before Mrs. Harris. I witnessed myself something today as I was walking for my lunch to a DPW committee meeting. As I walked towards coming in front of that establishment, I'm not even going to name it, you already named it, right here on the corner of Colt and Market Street. I guess they purchased the next door retail space as well. I noticed a black pickup truck, and I saw two young men taking out of the back of their pickup truck garbage. Old beat up sofa, some furniture, bags of metal debris. And I approached it, and it was just shocking to me because I actually saw someone dumping. So I said, I'm sorry, excuse me, sir, are you dumping, are you putting this garbage here? And as I said that, the two young men, they must have been in their 20s, look over to the gentleman who identified, this is my store, started yelling at me and being very, and at that point, because I'm walking to the DPW meeting, I'm FaceTiming the director of DPW so he could witness and see what was going on. And the gentleman went on to say, these are my stores, this is my, this is my garbage, I could put it wherever I want. And he went on and on and on when I witnessed the dumping being done right there. So, Madam BA, we spoke about it in committee. I wanted all council members to know that establishment there, that owner is not a friendly neighbor. That is the face of City Hall, of the city of Paterson. Something has to be done. And again, this is what I talk about when we have to change the ordinances in place. COs have to be taken away. If this man is getting away with it by going to court, and why is he beating these tickets? I don't know. But we have to increase those fines, and we started already having this conversation before. We took it upon to do it as well today. I'm not having it. I took pictures of the guy's plate number. I've given everything to the administration, and I hope that it's addressed, and I want to see all the summonses that were issued of what I witnessed. Council President, I'm sorry, I know you don't like for us to get out of topic, but this is right on topic, and before you don't let me speak later, I thought I would do it right on my vote.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Well, let me start by saying I won't be apologizing for reiterating facts. So first and foremost, if you want to know why certain things happen, it's very simple. Check ELEC reports. Find out who's making contributions to what candidates, and then you'll find out why certain people, certain companies are able to get away with certain things. That business owner is a rogue business owner. I went in there several years ago because a resident brought a piece of that junk you're talking about, which fell apart in her home, and we just had to go another place because he was unwilling to be reasonable. But furthermore, let me just emphasize this. That business owner received over $10,000 to $15,000 in tickets, which this administration had dismissed on his behalf. Yes, and you can check the records for that. That same Department of Community Improvements that you talked about wrote those summonses, and those summonses were dismissed. So if you have what you call a lack of enforcement, why would anyone feel they need to abide by the law? Why would any business owner feel as if they need to respect the legislator who makes the laws that you should be following if they're not going to be enforced? So let me just add this little tidbit for those of you who don't know. The enforcement portion of this party is the responsibility of the administration. So often this council receives the grunt because people come here, and as the gentleman categorized it, it is our responsibility. Well, this council has acted responsibly. We put in place the necessary laws to prevent this type of activity, but it's not enforced. And it's selective enforcement, because if you, as a homeowner, put your garbage out too early, or if you don't put your things out according to the guidelines, then you receive a ticket. Lastly, I want to say this, because to the administration, Madam BA, I sent another request, and according to the law, it is my entitlement to receive this information with regard to those tickets that was dismissed for the Art Factory as well. I sent a lengthy email, and I'm hoping that I get a response. I copied several of you council members on it, so as you are aware, I'm going to begin to take legal action because it's unprofessional for me to constantly put forward requests and for them to be ignored. So I'm happy that we're here at the council chambers because, you know, the game that took place through the virtual meeting workspace, it's unacceptable. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my vote, Ms. Francis, the picture that you sent me, we have that conversation with all the constituents, and what happened in the third ward, it also happened in other area. So the director have all that information. We have a whole list of complaints to Roselli. They already know that, but we're not playing. At the DPW committee today, we have a very good meeting that it will finish close to 3 p.m. And we are in the process. We have the discussion to put in place a pilot program to bring the garbage collection locally back. All right, so that's what we have. That's the conversation that we're having. Also, dumping in Paterson is like people, they believe that they could come and just throw the garbage in the street with no consequences. Enforcing the law that we have in the book is the key for us to clean the city and fix the city, and it's not happening. Now, we definitely have to increase the fine and dumping, so we are in the conversation. We have that conversation today also, and through Corporation Council, we're gonna bring that back into the workshop because we have to increase our fine. Also, the director has a good information. We're gonna have camera with sensor that the inspector are gonna be able to look at it, to read the plate number, and take action on it. Because this is what happened. People are coming into Paterson, just dumping garbage in every area with no consequences. So we all have to work together to get it done, and we're moving on the right direction on the DPW committee. On the next workshop, you're gonna hear a lot more, but I'm excited, and I believe that we could definitely do it. And it's bringing the garbage collection back in-house, and at least we're gonna start with a pilot program. But that's a conversation that we're moving on at the department. We will have that on the workshop level. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mims.
And so I'm always honored to hear from the community because that's who elected us to be in these seats. So when we hear the community come forward and to give their concerns, for me personally, I take it to heart. I heard many complaints about Roselli. We had some very robust discussions in our finance committee, and I'm hearing now that DPW has been having conversations as well. We talked about the procurement process and going out to bid, what that looks like and what are the other options. So that's something that's been talked about, and I don't disagree with some of the issues and or concerns relating to the garbage pickup. And that's why one of the things that I requested from the administration is to do performance evaluations for all of contracts that are in place, current, new, that we put that in place so that we can rate the quality of service that's being provided by the contractors or vendors, because if we're going to, it shouldn't be just we're scoring them based on whatever metric that's in place. The scoring system should include a performance evaluation of the quality of service that they're doing. A lot of times I get complaints where people are not really sure. They blame DPW, but it's not DPW, it's Roselli. DPW does not pick up garbage, so you have to explain to them it's not. And there's a lot of money, about almost $4 million that goes to the garbage disposal for picking up stuff that they don't pick up. When it snowed, we were out there and people were calling and they were getting mad at DPW, but it's not DPW's responsibility to pick up the garbage. It is Roselli's responsibility, and we called and we complained and we did those things. So I'm looking forward to those discussions, but one thing I have to agree with is Mr. Rucker tonight. I'm working on a competitive rate tool that looks across the spectrum of all employees across the city. I'm just waiting for one piece of information, which I have not received as of yet from our BA, and I need to see, I'll be done quickly, Council President, but I'm waiting to get the rate of pay for all employees. There is a law that's been passed, I believe it's a legislation, AR 15, that says by 2025, all employees should be at $15 per hour, but there's a range in the scale. When you look at across the spectrum of employees, some of them are way below that amount. I don't agree when we say they should leave. Every one of our workers from DPW, they live here. They are Patersonians, so I'm never gonna say leave this job, because if DPW leaves this job, we think the streets are not done. They definitely will not be done. We need our DPW workers, and if you were to see some of the salaries and some of their wages that they have, it will blow your mind. It will absolutely blow your mind. So I appreciate all of our employees, so it's not a rate scale just for DPW, it's across the spectrum. But when you look at DPW and some other employees, if you saw their salaries, you would shake your head. And so it's something I'm working on. I just have one number to plug in, and I have not got that from the BA as of yet. Once I get that, I will be presenting it to this council for the council to come alongside to look across the spectrum. And it's something that can be done. We've done it for others. It was a time, 2014, 2015, when this council made sure that they raised salaries up to 30. So we can't say we can't, we can. It just has to be put in place. So I'm gonna do the hard work for the council and for the administration, and then I'm gonna come back to the community and let them see it, and let's get it done. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
I'm going to try to use my 2 minutes, but I just want to address something. Ms. Harris, when in the past, before July, every picture that you sent me to address your concern was forwarded and directed to the director, and according to them, they resolved the issue. One thing I have learned in my time here is get facts, right? So, because it happens to me too. I see trucks picking up special assignment. And I said, what this truck is doing here? I give it the truck number, I give it the route, I give it everything. They come back that individuals contract Roselli to do that job. So now that means that they are doing it with the money of, or the payment of the city given to Roselli. Roselli is a name and a truck. 70%, I could say, and the director could testify on that, 70% of those employees are from Paterson. drivers, garbage collectors, et cetera, et cetera. So culture, that sometimes, when I say culture, it don't mean race, is one thing that we have to ask ourselves, are they really getting treated the same way they're supposed to? A good way they're supposed to? We have to look into that. If Roselle is treating them fairly, probably they have the same problem that we have in the city. That's why the performance probably is weak. To the gentleman, when I say that we have our responsible contractual, you know, a contract is not just a word, and you understand where I'm coming from. You know, there's sometimes people will not do business in the city, and Harry Savallo could testify on this, only because the payments get late. So you imagine if we don't break that, if we break that contract and you honor that contract, we are gonna be in court fighting litigation. So saying that, I think I used my 2 minutes right. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
I'll try to be brief. Listen, we created many as a council. We created it out of initiatives to generate additional revenues. I'm glad you're taking this initiative. Councilwoman Mims, at one time I said, let's start complaining. There is a way to do it, just create ranges, right? I'm glad you're taking the initiative because when I got elected, I got elected so we could make some change. And we've been talking about Roselli forever. Everything is not about dollars and cents, it's also about service, and also it will be a plus if the employees are from Paterson also. So I feel that we need to look into ways to bring in this in-house as soon as possible. I know some of my council colleagues have been, expressed their displeasure with this company. And a lot of the residents, what they're saying is basically what the residents are telling them. So it is unexcusable to continue the services with this entity. Let's look to see if we could, get the equipment and pay the guys a decent wage for them to do the work also, and hold them accountable. And that will be all. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public portion is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're gonna do right now, Madam Clerk, let's do 14.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 14. Item number 14 reads, resolution authorizing the establishment of a 401A retirement savings plan whose annual contribution limit exceeds that of the existing 457 plan. Sponsored by Councilman Velez. Administration Resolution 21-100.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Madam President, I'm sorry. Roll call.
No, we already had it in a workshop.
Roll call.
Roll call in item number 14.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
So Councilwoman, then you say discussion.
Point of order, Councilman Jackson, and then Councilwoman Cotton.
All right, I got a bunch of, tell me something.
Councilman, you'll let her go first. Councilwoman Cotton, please, first.
Oh, okay. You know what? The concern was that the fire department was okay. The police department was not okay. I think one of the issue was, and I just want to ask a question. Councilwoman Mims said last week, when was the body notified about the 401? When was they notified? No, nobody seems to knew that.
That's
now,
not true, Councilwoman.
No, I happen, let me finish. I'm not talking to nobody else. Let me finish. I happen to be in the police department today. I guess about 2 o'clock, voicing some concerns I had. And so as I walk in there, I'm upstairs, and one of the police guys, and I'm not going to say who he is, said he just got an email today explaining, he just got it today explaining the 401. And I'm saying, what do you mean? They said that it was sent out way before, that everybody knew about the 401. And I said, are you sure? Then a couple more people started calling. The only thing that we had asked from the union people is, show us when you sent this stuff out to the body, to the union members. When was it all sent out? How did they respond? Because I was a union rep. Now, I know I ain't gonna get 100%. But if I get 80%, you know the 20% gotta go along with me, whether they like it or not. I understand that. Because if 80% say they like it, then 80% likes it. But we're saying that some people are saying today that they just got something today about the 401. So if you can just explain, tell me something.
Council President, are you going to speak?
No, let
One
Jackson.
second, let me, because there's going to be a few questions, so
Yeah.
if you could just keep a, keep a collection.
I understand it. I understand the plan. I understand what it means. When you retire, I understand that. I know what it is. I wish I could get a lump sum of money past 100,000. But we're regular city employees or state employees are not allowed because they changed the whole thing. But it will save the city money. It will save the person who's retiring money. And I tried to explain that, you don't want a check for 300,000 because if you get a check for 300,000, 80,000 is coming right off the top. So when 80,000 or maybe 90,000 is coming right off the top, so you're not going to see that. Hopefully, when you file your income tax, you might get it back. It depends on what other stuff you may have. I'm just trying to be realistic. This is what happens. So you really don't want it when you retire. You don't want that money to touch your hands. It needs to go into another hand. That's what my understanding of it. It needs to go into another hand. As long as it don't touch your hands, then they don't pay no taxes on it until you're able to pull it out. And you can pull it out the way you want to pull it out. 10,000 here, 5,000 here. That's the way you should put it out. So that's my concern was when was the union body notified about the 501, the 401, and that's it. But if another question that's what one of my questions was. If I wasn't in the police department today, if somebody said that to me, then I wouldn't have.
Councilwoman Davila.
So, to my colleagues, so I'm not going to address the bodies that's in front of me, the union presidents, but to my colleagues, I, as well as you, probably received anonymous emails. I got phone calls. There was some statements made last week. There was some conversations about that. Where we are today, what did I do? I did my homework. I did my homework 2 years ago when this was brought before us, right? But then there was some questions, and we honored that those members that came that told us that they were not fully informed. We went ahead and we took action, and we were able to, I believe we passed it and then we repealed it. Am I correct? Now, I received an email. So what did I do? I started and I contacted the different union reps and the union presidents. And I asked them, I said, I know that this came before us. I know that you said you had meetings. And I said, are you guys going to be meeting? These individuals met. They had over 100 union members with them. They went over. I said, well, how many, do you have minutes? They were like, we have had 9 meetings regarding this. Now, with that said, I wasn't there. I didn't witness it. Just like I witnessed something today, I witnessed that. So nobody could tell me the story. So, this side, that side, the truth in the middle. That's the way I see it, right? So at least coming to the middle. So council members, I just want us, when we take action today, that we vote on this and we get whatever information we get, which I know that I received some. I received a copy of the whole plan, explanations, and I think that I wanted to take action today because we had an extensive conversation and questions were answered throughout the week. If some council members just received a call today, then I understand why you're asking those questions, and that's to be respected, so I get that. But I'm gonna tell you right now, where were those members and why didn't they? If they did not, why they didn't attend their union meeting? And if they did they take part in the presentation that was before them by the representative of AXA?
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President.
Well, Council Vice President.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Khan had a question. If we keep making statement and question, and if we don't get the answers
I agree.
from the reps there, we cannot make a firm decision here.
Okay.
We'll keep talking and talking.
So-
Let's ask them the question, get the answer.
She wants to know about the meeting that was, the email that was sent today. So representatives from the police and the fire.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
Just want to address the earlier public portion with one of our former retired members, Detective Myra Montanez. She mentioned that we used her name.
Council President?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so-
because we would have to
I-
rise, we would
okay.
have, yeah, it would not be fair, we would have to rise her to
Okay.
come back, so can we just stick to the
All right, I
questions
just wanted to
that's
clear
been
a couple things up. All right, so as far as the members being informed pertaining to the 401A plan, okay, we had a meeting on April 8th, 2019. That member wasn't there. We had another meeting, May 15th, 2019, and you'll see in front of you is 2 binders with the minutes of the meetings, okay, with all our members signing in with a roster who's attending. And on May 15th, 2019, that member wasn't present. Another presentation, September 9th, 2019, not present. Another presentation on October 14th, 2019, not present. And in the meetings that it was not presented, which was in January of 2019, February of 2019, June of 2019, that member wasn't present. Then we had another meeting on June 13th, which we had approximately 78 members, and it was extensively talked about the 401A plan. We had another one on February 10th, 2020, another one on March 9th, 2020, another one, the 8th meeting on September 14th, 2020, and then we had one yesterday on March 8th, 2021. And the reason that our members received a PowerPoint presentation consisting, how many pages was that? 35 pages that we worked over the weekend. It was giving them every single scenario possible. When they were informed, they were presented with a presentation on their tax savings and everything. You're going to see that one of the biggest issues here was that members, okay, we're going to have members that were going to be under 50. So everybody was concerned about protecting the members that were under 50 that had to pay that extra 10% penalty upon retirement of withdrawal of that money. So what we did was we send out a mass text blast that reaches over, even our retired members, reaches over 600 members, and we informed them that anybody who's under 50 upon retirement to please send us an email with your date of hire and your date of retirement and your age upon reaching your 25 years of service. So upon those emails, we received 39 emails. Okay, we had seven emails from members who are on the Tier 3 category that they have to do 30 years because they were hired after 2012, so they're not affected. We had another 9 members that weren't affected at all. And then we had a total of 23 members that advised us that they would be under 50. Out of those 23, we started talking to individuals, and 6 individuals told us, listen, when I reach my 25, I'm going to be 48, 47, I'm not going to retire, I'm staying here. So a total is 17 members that will be under 50, and we're all concerned about that, whether it's going to cost them money. We're not here to cost our members no financial hardships whatsoever. What we're here for is to try to give them an opportunity to actually take some of those earnings that they worked hard for at the end of their career and get the most bang for their buck. In that presentation that our members were actually forwarded today, we presented it yesterday at the PBA meeting, which we had like 100 members present. You're going to see that we did a scenario here with members that are under 50 years old, you have here, if they take $58,000, which that's what the plan states that you have to put in $58,000 just the initial year. If you take that and put it into that plan, and I'm sorry, let me retract. Let's say you get your buyout check, $100,000, and you're saying, I want my money. You take your $100,000, just in federal taxes alone, you're going to be paying $37,000. Your net take-home is going to be $63,000. You take that same $58,000 out of that 100, so you're still going to take some money home. If you choose to, or if not, you're going to roll it into another plan. If you choose to just take the $58,000 that goes into the 401A, it's a fixed rate savings account. So your money, it's in your name, your Social Security, you own it the same day that that deposit's there. So that same member, even though they pay a 10% penalty for taking that money early if they choose to, you're bringing home $67,000. So you're bringing an additional $4,000 of net for your pocket for leaving it, just putting it there, and take it out the next day if you choose. So I don't see where there's a disservice to our members, and this is the ones that are affected the most. And we're talking about 17 individuals, and I'm pretty sure that when you retire, an extra $4,000 in your pocket just on that 58, that's a lot of money. And, that's basically what we did, and that's the reason that our members received that extensive PowerPoint, and we went through every single scenario, and we worked on it every single weekend.
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
No, Jackson, go first.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you. So first and foremost, let me start by saying, not only for both of the union representatives for police and fire, but for all of the members who do the extensive work for the community, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you guys, and we've always worked together in the past. But I'm going to be, as I always am, completely honest and brutally honest if necessary. You know, I was extremely disappointed last week, officer, when based on the questioning, there was a little bit of I'm going to say discontent on your part. And, you know, my position is never to be in opposition. In fact, I'm here to support all of the members. Now, I have a great deal of respect, not just for you, but for all of the officers and fire department members, especially those who I've known for a long number of years. So when those members came forward at the last go-round and compelled this council to retract or rescind the vote, you know, that's because there was a great deal of respect for those members from this council as to what they would like to see. So I just have one brief question before I continue. Was there votes casted during those meetings?
As far as the consensus of the meetings, no, there wasn't. We asked if there was any opposition, none.
So okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now I have to be honest. I respect greatly what you presented tonight, much more than what you did last week. What you told us last week was you hold the power to make the decisions for your members. It doesn't matter what they think.
No, that's not what I said about as far as them thinking.
In a nutshell, the conveyance was you guys make the decisions. Now, you know, what I do is I respect what you guys present, but I still want to reach back because I don't want guys calling me later on saying, hey, why would you do such a thing? And as I told your members, listen, I have enough to read. I don't have time to read through your contract what your benefits are, what you guys, meaning collectively, would ultimately have to pay the price for. I'm expecting that it's a consensus from the people that reach out to me and I reach that you guys are in agreement. That's why, you know, I was hoping or thinking that not only would you have these meetings, but you would also have the support of your union as opposed to, you know, and maybe it's not a great deal. As Councilwoman Cotton talked about, maybe it is only that 20% that are indifferent. But for the fire department members to tell me, well, there was a decision that's made that we're not even gonna discuss it until next time. We're gonna wait and get it approved through the council first, and then discuss it with the members and see if they're favorable for it. That, I can't understand. How's that reasonable? It's been 2 years since we addressed this item already, and within the 2-year time frame, I would expect that you would have been able to disseminate it through the departments and come back with the consensus and at least tell the council, listen, yeah, we have a few people that's in disagreement, but here's the facts, here are the numbers. We got an 85% approval ratio. Not that we just had these meetings that people didn't attend, because, you know, it's disheartening when I got a lieutenant that's been on the job for 27 years, who I respect greatly, who I know put the work in on these streets, who put the work in heavily, and calls me and says, you know what, I just got an email today for what we're discussing. And that list of that we received of retirees, I mean, it's extensive. And I tried to reach out to those guys on the list and say, hey, listen, you know, how's everything going? You guys had the meetings. How do you feel about it? Are you comfortable with me supporting this? Because I'm here to support the community. I'm not here to support what I believe in. You know, the community's best interest is my interest. So as the whole of the department, and listen, please don't take it as any disrespect. I respect what you do, but at the end of the day, when I have people who I've known for 30 years coming back to say, I owe them a level of accountability as well. So, I mean, I'm definitely, you know, optimistic on what you're showing us tonight. I think that at the very least, there was an attempt, but I'm still getting back a good number of people that's telling me who put the work in on these streets and who are entitled to make a decision for their retirement as they so see fit. And I think that it needs to be a consensus collectively. Fire department not meeting, but prior to this meeting, I don't think that's responsible unless I'm being misinformed by the members, but that's not responsible. That's not something that I could support, not because it's not good, not because you know, I don't have time to read it. I don't have time to make sure that my job is to make sure the general public and the contractual agreements that we enter to for them, but you guys are a responsible, uniform body, and I would expect that there's a collective consensus that should be drawn, and I would think that that is the objective or the agenda of the president and of whoever holds offices. Because, I mean, unlike the council, we may be indifferent. You guys are there to represent your members, and much like I'm here to represent the constituency, I can't overlook the constituents' concerns. So I don't think that even if it's one member, his concerns should warrant a further discussion, further investigation, and further commentary from my perspective. But I'll rest it there, Council President.
So I have a question. I have a question. I know you mentioned an email sent today. What is the content of that email, if you don't mind?
Go ahead, Mason.
It was a PowerPoint presentation that was presented at our union meeting last night. It was just because all of the 400 members can't obviously make it to the meeting. So although we had, I guess it's a total of 9 meetings on the 401A plan. Is it a total of 9? Yeah. 9 union meetings since 2019 until now, right, with the 401A plan and explaining it. Besides the individuals that have come to us and we've spoken to, we wanted to give them, even a more in-depth breakdown of the 401A plan. That's why we did this. That's why we did another presentation last night.
And one of the things that we do, if you see with the minutes of the meetings, is once we present something, okay, we present it again the following month for members, because one of the things that gets asked all the time from our members is, what happened at the PBA meeting? They come to our office all the time, and our response is, you should have been there. So what we do is, we mentioned the same exact thing that you mentioned the previous month. You mention it again under old business, and then you ask if there's any questions pertaining to the 401A plan or whatever business it is, and then you get some hands, and then you do the same exact presentation, and you continue moving
So-
forward with your agenda.
This, you know, like a councilman, I think it was Councilman Jackson mentioned, this was passed a while back, and maybe about 2 years ago. And then I think Councilman Kaliga and I were the only one who voted no at the time. I had my own concerns. I'm sure he has his own concern. Then we come back next meeting. There was another councilman that brought issues. I guess he got a lot of phone calls from the members. And remembering the discussion from last week, have we addressed those concerns? I think it was mostly the concerns of your
Retirees.
members.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
And we requested, Council President, a vote tally. That was a request from last week.
So do we have a vote tally?
No, we don't have a vote tally. We didn't take a vote tally at all.
Council President, you know, in some of these meetings, if I may, you know, you either, when you have a presentation on something, you go all in favor, anyone against. So sometimes you don't vote tally, you do a general. I mean, there's
We asked
different
for a
ways
poll,
of doing.
basically.
A
of all the members.
voice vote, it's called. They did a voice vote.
But
You wanna?
You heard the
I'll wait till
president
my-
say.
Here,
you know,
if, you know, one of the things, if,
Could we hear from the president from the fire union, please?
How you doing, Council President,
How
council
are you?
members?
Frank, I think you should step also. I think I spoke to you a while back.
So what we did, this is something we've been working on for the past 2 years. Our membership has been agreed on for a while now. And to answer your question, Councilman Jackson, part of what it is, some members do show up to the meetings, some don't make it. And we read the minutes and we inform them. This last meeting, to address what we took a vote, we didn't take a vote. What we did is we sent a mass text blast informing them that there was an email being sent out. March 5th, we sent out an email to all our members informing about all the benefits and perks and everything. Gave them a bullet point of every issue and everything. And we gave them a chance to either call me or send me an email to explain this better. I probably received 2 phone calls. Then yesterday morning, I sent out another email, another text blast, reiterating, if you have any questions or any concerns, please call me. Didn't receive any emails, didn't receive any concerns. That's letting me know that my members are okay with it and are 100% with it.
Council President.
So, Council
Councilman
President.
Velez?
No, I got one more question, please. I know, you know,
Councilwoman Cotton, let me just let Velez speak for a minute. Councilman Velez.
If her question is short.
Councilman Velez, just proceed, and then,
You know, since a year, we've been listening to the offer and especially with the broker of the 401A plan. You know, and my question was, all this time is if there was an option of opt-out. And I believe it was clarified that there was an option of opt-out of the plan. No? Never was, so whatever it is. Now, saying that, there was a letter from the attorney saying that the bylaw states that the consensus, in other words, of the member don't matter because you guys could make, if they don't have a consensus or whatever, vote or whatever, you can move forward whatever benefit it is to them, correct? Now, you know, I think this is beneficial in a lot of aspects. The people are concerned more likely of the age of it, and I explained it the last time. Some people will fall into the age 50 or whatever, and they probably had to hold or invest their money into that plan to make sure they gain interest or whatever. When you stated that there's a voice, I think Abdelaziz stated that a voice vote, and especially you made the scenario, if anybody opposed, nobody opposed on it. Nobody say, no, I'm against it or whatever. Everybody keep quiet and you keep on doing your meeting. The good thing is that you have presented to us facts, and that's how I see it. Last time you didn't. Last time you didn't broke books, you didn't broke dates of meetings, nothing like that. So, you know, somehow I feel comfortable on it. You know, it's gonna go to a vote. You know, what I wanna make sure is that all the facts that you've laid today here, based on your facts, President Cruz and also the fire president, is that it won't come back to us because you was responsible to examine all the evidence or whatever, all the information to them. We only here to say, well, based on what you're saying, this is good for you guys. So I just want to put that on the record and move forward.
Cool. Roll call, Madam Clerk. I want to know who moved. Actually, yeah, we're in discussion. Roll call.
Yes, Mr. President.
Somebody else want to speak, like,
Could you hold off the roll call for a minute? I think Councilman Khalid.
I asked for the floor before. Last week, we asked for you guys to take a poll, which didn't happen. That's one of the concerns for me. Also, I received the email about their presentation, PowerPoint presentation, at 5:58 this evening from Councilman Velez forwarded to me. I was in City Hall, already in the finance meeting. I didn't actually had a time to go over everything. How can I make an informed decision without actually looking at everything? I think this PowerPoint presentation should have been sent to us when you had it a couple of days prior to tonight voting.
Well, Councilman, just to answer that question, I do apologize. I was actually in the website of the city of Paterson, and I was trying to obtain everyone's email, but unfortunately, when you go into the council section, your emails aren't there. I sent it out. I text Councilman Velez to please send me the email so I could, and I said, please forward it to the other council members. So I do apologize that it came in late, but ironically, I could not find your emails in the city's website. To address your concern as far as the members being advised, we have a total of 9 meetings, okay? 9 meetings addressing the same issue, so the consensus is there. And just like Councilman Velez mentioned, we have the authority when it's in the betterment of the members. If you choose to ease your mind, if you want us to take a consent vote, we're willing to do that. But we just wanted to show you that we've been presenting this to our members since day one, and no one's been left out. Their choice.
Right,
Council
also,
President.
He hasn't finished yet.
Actually, I'm going through the email, the power presentation. It is pretty clear. So,
But it's for its members, not for us.
I know, but we, in a way, we are making a decision for the members as well.
Okay.
Correct? All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, I got a lot of calls. I don't know, I can't speak for the entire council and who got calls, but I got a lot of calls. And it wasn't from the fire. From the fire side, the fire department, they were fine with it. It was a concern from the police side, where we got I got so many phone calls. They were calling back to back that they didn't get anything. And then today, they called to say they got a presentation. So for me, I looked at the PowerPoint. I'm not against what's being offered. I think what you're doing is great. I think it would be more a collaborative and a peaceful effort just to say, let's table it tonight and bring it back for the next vote by the 23rd to give you the opportunity, especially on the police side, to have whatever you need to do to make sure those individuals, I mean, it's only next week is a workshop and then it's a vote on the 23rd, just so that you have the time to make sure that the police that have the concerns and those that may have not, because you said you've had meetings and everybody hasn't come, right? So if there's a force of 400 and you've only reached out to 100, there's 300 or 200. Like maybe they have questions, maybe it's not as clear to others. So I'm not saying I'm against it or for it, but I just think when it comes to this, I think it would be, I'm telling you, it would make it more friendly. People will be excited about it, because once people know that you're trying to help them save money, you're presenting it to them more in a package where it's easy for them to swallow versus it being shoved down. So I'm just making that recommendation, perhaps that we just table it and then we come back and vote on it on the 23rd, which will give an opportunity for you to go on the police side, because on the fire side, I didn't get any calls from fire, like not one. But on the police side, I got a lot of people that called, and then they called back because they got a PowerPoint today. So I'm just saying that on record, and I'm sure they're watching because they watched last week. That's why they made phone
Council
calls.
President.
They made some phone calls. So that's just a recommendation, just for those people that have concerns.
Council President.
Council President.
Is it a time sensitive
Right.
to do it tonight, or can it wait until the 23rd?
If I may, Council
Council
President.
President, I still have the floor, Council President.
Point of
I
order,
was
there's a
patient-
motion and a
I
second,
was
you
patient
can't
with
table.
everyone else.
There's a motion and a second, you can't table. We either gotta put a motion to table to override the
Or,
motion
or
and
it can
second.
be appealed. We could,
You're
or the-
right in the middle, there's a motion.
The
and a
question
second.
if it's time sensitive,
Council
if it's time
President. But I was-
sensitive, there's a question on the floor.
I still have the floor.
I understand I interrupted the roll call to give Councilman Kalik the opportunity. Councilwoman, just be patient, please. Madam Clerk, are we in the middle of roll call?
No.
I didn't begin.
We didn't have the roll call,
I
right?
didn't begin, sir.
Okay,
But
so
there's
as
a
soon as you
motion.
wrap it up, Councilwoman Mims,
I'm
please.
done. I'm just waiting for, I asked him, was it time sensitive? And he said no. He answered.
Okay, so Councilman Kalik?
I was gonna ask the same question. If it is not time sensitive, I mean, it would be better for me to make a firm decision on this item.
So-
If we vote on
so-
the next
May-
regular
may I?
meeting, in 2 weeks, it's
So
not gonna
Council
hurt.
President, I want to make a statement just
I
quickly.
want to ask a
because-
question before you make the
I know,
statement.
but we continue to keep going to the presentation, the email sent today. Council President, that email that was sent today is a presentation. They had a union
Council-
meeting. If individuals did not choose to go and see the presentation, why are you holding it today to say pull it? Members did not go.
Councilwoman, we're a body of 9, right?
Correct.
We all analyze things differently. So let's just respect the rest of the colleagues. I'm going to ask the next question. So I understand, listen, this was deliberated for a long time, but it's something important, right? The administration presented this once before. They felt it was good, for your members. It didn't violate any union agreements. So all I'm saying is this. In the best interest of getting this approved, let's just say, do you have an urgency for this vote to go on tonight?
Well, good evening. Hi. The urgency is really coming on from your end, because the benefit that the city gets is the payroll tax savings. If you pay, then this doesn't go until next year. The point is so that you're able to benefit from this. But once you issue it and it goes to our members, there's no savings for you. That's why when we go back to 2019, 2020, that's all monies that we lost out on.
Okay.
So the urgency is to make sure that it happens. That's the timeline that
No.
it needs to.
Understood,
that it needs
but
to
listen,
fall.
in the best interest of this, can
And also, I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead, continue.
So when I go back to when we started this, this has been 2.5 years. So the members know about it. And in all fairness, I'm not saying that you're not getting phone calls or the cops aren't doing their job. But I brought this up constantly. Before I would ever bring this to the floor here, I had to be 100% confident in it. Now, I'm not saying that members may say, I don't know. But it's not, you don't know because I didn't do my job. You don't know because you're either not listening, not going to a meeting, or pick up the phone and ask the question. That can't be on us to hit every single person individually and do individual meetings with every single person. We're giving them the information over and over through old business, and they all know what happened a year ago. So they have to also reach out to us if they have a concern. That's why you're not really hearing anything, or maybe you are, but we're not hearing anything on Fireside.
So,
Council President?
So I'll let,
Very briefly.
go ahead, Councilman.
I've
Belize.
stayed pretty quiet here, Council President, and
Sure.
we have an item in front of us that's been in front of this council twice. The council could vote its conscience. If it fails, it will come back just like it failed before. We're here at 9 o'clock at night. We got 2 items in front of us. This was heard in 2018.
Yeah.
It failed. Now they're back here. If it fails again, they'll bring it back again. But this went through workshop. We just spoke about it for an hour. We have a motion and a second. I urge all my council colleagues to vote your conscience. If it fails, they'll go back to the table. I will wrap up. I'm not explaining how I'm going to
Give 'em
vote.
one more
I'll
thing.
do that when I'm there. But Council President, we've been on this for an hour.
So
Let us
please-
vote our
I'm sorry.
conscience.
But the question was asked,
Thank you, Council
if the
President.
question was asked, can't you wait for 2 weeks? The
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
you gotta ask for the floor. You can't
Can I
just-
have it?
That was nice. That's why I love her. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, the question was really asked, and believe me, I know what you guys are going through. I was a union rep, and I wasn't fortunate to have the emails. I was picking up the phone and calling and calling and calling. We having a meeting. Are you going to come? How you feel? And I know what you guys are going through. But I'm saying, you know, and nobody don't answer, and then all of a sudden, I think what some of the colleagues, your colleagues need to do is, if they're getting close to retirement, they need to go look at what their pension and stuff gonna look like. Don't wait till you walk out this building and then decide, wow. Because now the pension system gives you so many options. And a lot of people walked out of here and didn't know all the options that they had. You know, you can leave money to your wife, you can leave money to your children, you do so much stuff with your pension. But for my thing, and I kind of agree with Councilwoman Mims, if you go back and you wait 2 weeks, if those people still, believe me, you had 600 and something members and only 39 came at that one meeting. How
No,
many?
the 39 number is the ones that replied that were under 50 years of age
Okay,
upon
but you still
retirement.
had, but I'm just saying, you know what, sometimes people
That was
don't.
it.
Well,
Now,
fine.
but to answer your
Councilman
question,
Al, will you please wait, Councilman, come on. Wait,
Councilwoman, just to answer your question, you know, we don't have an urgency at all. I think that just, you could see that we did our due diligence
Right.
to present it to our members
yes.
accurately, fairly, okay? If the council wants us to reconvene with our members and take a vote, I have no objection, but I wanted to make it clear
Right.
that it was addressed already 9 times. And just like the FNBA president said, and Ruby Cotton just indicated also, she says you're going to get members that all they do is they don't attend the meetings. They don't want to know nothing until something gets out in front of them, and then they want to hear all the issues, but yet they still don't come. But they still make all the phone calls and everything without having the proper information. Our phones are there, our offices are there, our executive boards are there. So I just want to put it in the record that we did our due diligence in this 401A plan to present it to our members, and we have no objection for a delay.
Listen, at this time, this is what we're gonna do. Like I stated before, we have spent so many hours on this. The administration, like I stated before, presented it. You represent your members. We already discussed this enough. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call? Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, there's a motion and a second. There's a motion by Councilwoman Davila and a second by Councilman Mendez.
Roll call, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call on item number 14 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I stayed quiet during discussion because I did my research and I didn't receive as many calls, and I think in the 6th Ward, probably a lot of the members from the fire department and police department reside in the 6th Ward that I know personally, and none of them called me in regards to this. What I do know when it comes to contractual agreements and unions, I've never seen, and when we look at payments and benefit packages, I've probably never seen a union contract get ratified by the membership with a 100% vote. you're always going to have descendants. If this were negotiated in the contract, the way it works, the contract goes to the union, it gets ratified by the union, it gets passed by a simple majority, and it's approved. I've never seen a union contract ever unanimously approved 100%. And I'm sure they're the presidents and they've negotiated many contracts. So even if you poll the people, you're going to have some people that are going to say, I don't agree with this. Their current contract, and I take all the collective bargaining units, and you would see that it's not 100% unanimous. What I would want to see to the union membership, and it will really push me over the line, that when I thought about that, was a fire on the first ward on the north side, right? Here, our members are asking us for an incentive. This is an incentive towards the members of the union, right? That's why you're here today, right? It's not going to hurt you. You wouldn't do that, but you're getting incentive. Most of the time, and to the taxpayers in my constituent in the 6th Ward, when the union comes in front of us, they're asking for something that's going to cost the taxpayers money, right? They're going to ask for raises, which will be more money in the budget, which will affect our tax levy. This here in front of us actually saves the city money. It saves the city money. And then when I saw that we had 2 firemen, I'm sorry, not on the north side, was it the north side where they saved someone? So these are men and women that are fighting through fires, the people saving lives, and they're asking us for an incentive that's not going to cost us money. They're not coming here asking us for a 20% raise. They're not asking us for millions of dollars that's going to mess up the budget. So that's what really pushed me to say, you know what, we could do this. The one thing I do want to ask the administration, as you can see with this council, and this is going to go on years and years and
Council
years.
President, we're in a roll call.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. I got 2 minutes.
Councilman Velez, the 2 minutes haven't finished yet. Can you let him finish, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, but he's going to ask a question.
I'm not asking questions. If just let me finish, Councilman Velez. Council President, as a through President, I'm going to wrap up.
Councilman, I'm sorry, Mr. President, if I may, I am keeping the time, and we are in roll call, and I have it here. I stopped the time because.
I didn't hear no buzzer. So
No,
wrap
it didn't go.
up,
It didn't go off.
You still have time.
I'll continue. But it didn't go off. I stopped it
I'm
because
sorry.
we interrupted.
This is like a.
Continue, Councilman.
This is ridiculous over here. I don't speak during discussion, and we're having things
can go ahead.
interrupted. Thank you, Madam Clerk. But
You're
I know I have my time here also. But what I want to urge the union administration, as you can see with this council, listen, I'm embarrassed sometimes from some of the actions of the council, and I take ownership sometimes. This should be negotiated in your contract. This should be, because this could be rescinded the next meeting. 2 members can't be here. It could be put on the agenda. This will be a ping pong ball. So while you're in negotiations, see if you can get this in a collective bargaining agreement that's in there for 3 years. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman, you saying they should put this in their contract? You know, I understand, as being a union rep, I know what it is to, going back and forth, trying to get members out to meetings, trying to make sure they vote, and when they don't show up to vote. But see, the thing is that the fire and the police department, you said, now, you was questioning about they're going to get stuck paying something. Is somebody going to retire within 2 weeks that you know of? Is somebody going to leave out of here in 2 weeks?
No, but they left.
No. Is somebody
We're
retiring?
We're in the middle of roll call.
Right,
We're
but
not asking.
I'm going by what you said. You said.
There's not going to be any questioning back and forth.
Okay, then I won't ask them no question. But, if somebody get ready to retire now with, what the sad part about this is that for people who's watching this on television and just everybody wish that they'd be able to have a pension to talk about having a 501 or 401, and they're listening to all of this and they have no clue of what kind of money. I want to say that regular employees has a max of $15,000. That's all we can get when we walk out of here. Whether you're a state employee, city employee, county employee, whatever, that's all you get. You said that you guys could hold off for 2 weeks. You said you could, and it wouldn't matter. You said that. So nobody can't come back and say, Well, you know what I don't like it. Okay, 75% do, 25% don't like it. So you still got to do that. When you said that you can wait, and you both people said you can wait. Now, unless somebody's coming out of here within the next 2 to 3 weeks with $175,000, $200,000, I don't know if anybody's coming out within the next 2 weeks like that. So, with that being said, you know what? I wish we could have tabled it like Councilwoman Mem said. So I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I wish my colleague would have still been here, Councilman Abdelaziz. I am going to have to say that I agreed with absolutely everything he said, except the piece of bringing it to the union. I'm sorry, in your contract. You know, just when I read the second whereas, honoring the said request, the 4 unions, that this would not cost the city absolutely anything. If anything, I think it's a benefit for the city of Paterson, your union members. Councilwoman Cotton continuously says it. I was a union rep. I was the union president for years, okay, and understood that I wouldn't get the majority, I'm sorry, solely the entire union to agree. I think that you guys have been here in 2019. There was questions. We did repeal it. It came back as I requested, and I asked you, President Cruz, and to President Mayor, I said, bring your minutes to the meeting. Bring them, show them that you've had continuous meetings, that you have and you don't have an actual paper, you know, a ballot, a vote, but you did have a voice vote, which normally in many meetings that I've been to, there's been a unanimous vote, so there is no need for a write-up. I don't want to delay this anymore, and, you know, with that said, I am going to move forward again. That second whereas says to me, honoring the said request that would not cost the city nothing. So at this point, Madam Clerk, at this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
So first and foremost, you know, we have a responsibility here as a council. And, you know, the reason for going into deliberation is because you have to have an open mind. You come here, unless you come here programmed, pre-programmed, and or brought out, and your vote is already sold, you have to have an open mind to be able to be flexible during these times. So for certain council members to talk about remaining silent during discussion is when you compel your fellow council members based upon facts, based upon what we're talking about, compel council members to support and or not to support things, not to come in already dialed in and programmed on what you're going to do. So with that being said, I mean, I have to acknowledge it. Brother Cruz came forward tonight with much more robust information showing the fact that you had these various meetings. And there is there is an undeniable fact that I have to respect the professionalism. You guys have been chosen by the union. And my only issue was the fact that somebody said, look, it's my decision. We don't have to discuss it with them. I didn't feel comfortable with that. In fact, especially when I'm getting calls from various members. But considering the information that was passed tonight, and we'll see each other again, there's always opportunities for me to hold you guys accountable. Petrelli, we've known each other a long time. I have a family member who's probably one of the best fighters out of my karate school, and she, I'll have her hold you accountable if necessary. But listen, I'm hopeful that you guys can make sure that, and I understand how things go. Everybody doesn't attend all the meetings, and then guys want information, possibly at the last hour. But I would just hope that the effort to make sure that everybody's concerns are met, and the city as well, it has a benefit, is done. And with that being said, I mean, I feel compelled to support it tonight, and I'm hoping that we don't have, some further disappointment down the line. But tonight, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking at the PowerPoint, it is pretty clear. While I'm sitting here, going through my emails. It's clearly state withdraw any amount at any time at your current tax bracket. No fees, no charges, no hidden cost. Also, I don't see any members of the union here opposing this plan. Based on that, I'm going to support this, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I was very quiet, so I want to take my 2 minutes, and I'll be brief, I think less than 2 minutes. But I think that on this 401 retirement saving plan, I see 4 unions. Paterson Police, PVA Local Number 1, Paterson Police, SOA, Paterson Firefighters Association, and the Paterson Fire Officers Association. This is clear, it's a saving for the city, it's a saving for the union members. I appreciate that you had the effort of putting together 9 meetings to explain and let all you members know about the benefit. I did my homework, I made some phone calls to have a clear understanding of this project, of this plan. But just by the simple fact that once you get your retirement, you're not gonna get you're not gonna be taxed at one shot on that money if you don't want to, even when you don't want to use it. So that's a saving right there by starting for that. So just because of that, and it's clear a benefit for the city and for the members. So I'm in full support of this. I only have one final request, and it's just to make sure that our PBA Local Number 1 president get all the council members' emails. That way you can share any future information. Absolutely. Because information is power, and we are here to make the best decision for you and for the city of Paterson. And I see some council member asking questions with a lot of concern, and I give them the right. So once again, I did my homework, and I do believe that this is a saving and it's a win-win for the city and for the members. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez? No, she's sitting in for the president.
Madam President, I got you next to me, that's good. Okay. And please don't take this offense. My colleagues, please. I apologize and before if my statements get offensive. I represent the 5th Ward. I don't got a master list how many cops live in the 5th Ward, how many firemen live in the ward, how many DPW employees live in the ward. When I'm sitting here with my governing body, we're gonna make decision based what is in front of us. And we're gonna do a decision based on the membership, based on what you presented. That's why in the beginning I say, make sure they don't come back to us. To just throw jabs at me and just walk away is disrespectful. And it's a shame. And it's a habit. And that has to stop. That has to stop. My decision is just going to be collective based on the arguments and the discussion that my colleagues have presented with facts and what is in front of us. Because when your firemen, when your police get a call, you don't say, hold on, I don't have a cop or a fireman in the 5th Ward. Well, no, you guys respond. And respond accordingly what is in front of you. So your membership, 600, and the membership of the fire department, they are grown-up people. They are smart. Some of them work other jobs in finance, and they work in another job in their own business. They know what they're doing. We cannot be kindergarten teachers. So saying that, I have seen this conversation way back, and I recall that this administration made a decision that is costing millions of dollars to the city, and you know what we're talking about. Okay, saying that, I think this is a great decision, and it's going to be a wise one with your membership, so your membership should be proud of what you guys are doing. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Louis.
Madam President?
So for me, and yes, it is a savings. I think it's a great plan. But I still have to put the concern that I put on the floor, right? At this point, you have the votes, it has passed. However, My concern is that there are people that have not been notified. So I'm going to ask again that you have that conversation, because this is a mandatory plan. This is not where they can opt out. It's, they don't have that option. With this vote on tonight, it is mandated for them to enroll into this plan. So I'm just asking, because we didn't have any concerns from fire. They came from the police and, Union President Cruz, I respect you very highly and greatly. Just do that favor for the council to reach out to those individuals. So my vote is not that I'm against it. My vote is, I think it's a great vote, but my vote is to ensure that there is communication with those individuals that need clarification or they need to be explained to, because just like in school, we have people that learn at different levels and different capacities, or people that may not have received it for whatever reason. We're in a pandemic. Some computers are working, some are not working, right? So just go the extra mile. That's my ask, that we go the extra mile, reach out to those individuals that may have not responded, to give them the information as it pertains to this plan and the way you sold it on tonight. And so I'm going to abstain from the vote. Because I don't want to vote no on it, because it is a great plan, but I'm going to abstain because my heart is that I want you to reach out to those individuals, because I would not do them due diligence if I were to vote, negatively or positively. So I'm going to abstain from the vote, but just please do that favor, not just for me, but for this council, so that we don't have them come back in another meeting having an issue. Madam Clerk, my vote is an abstention.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 abstain, 1 absent. Item number 14 is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you very
Clerk,
much, Councilman.
Can we do the consent agenda, please?
Yes, Madam President.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
before we move forward, and I know you're holding in for the chair, but I have to say, there's such a irresponsibility from this council president this entire term. When he's on his way in, so I don't want to speak behind his back. But once again, there's a level of irresponsibility from the council president that's repeated over and over again. You have members of the public that finally get an opportunity to come before city council and ask and voice their concerns. There was a segment where, I think we all overlooked, where the BA was going to answer to the questions of the public. And, Council President, once again, gave her an out and moved right past it. And if anybody can tell me when one time during this term, this Council President's term, there's been a level of accountability outside of the questions and concerns that he has, that he's already negotiated side deals with. There's never been an instance where you've made the administration answer to the public's concerns. Most of my concerns often go on deaf ears, but the public came before us tonight with the number of concerns, and the BA failed to answer, and Council President in our council meeting failed to hold them accountable to answer. So,
Thank you.
Council President,
Thank
when
you.
are we going to hear from the administration, and when are you going to make sure that the administration answers to the public's
So
concerns?
thank you, Councilman Jackson. Like I stated before, it was an oversight. Actually, Councilwoman Mims came over and reminded me to let the public speak. But I did state that as soon as we finish with the public and finish voting, that I was going to give an opportunity to Madam BA. It was just an oversight. Thank you for reminding me, Councilman Jackson and Councilwoman Mims. Thanks for reminding me. Madam BA, could you please address the issue that was brought up by the public?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. I know the majority of the issues were concerning things like related to Roselli and trash pickup. I know that Councilwoman Davila had stated that we're going to speak to that issue in more depth later, but I do understand the concerns of our residents. It is something that all of these exact same concerns we have heard and we have addressed with Roselli most recently this very week, from the issues of having to pay for pickup of certain items and seeing that as people, our own staff, in addition to council members and some of the residents, seeing that happen and bringing that to the attention and wanting some action from the company. In terms of the furniture store, this was something after the meeting today was again brought to our attention, and that is their tickets have been issued repeatedly for them, and that this is an ongoing concern, and I look forward to continuing a conversation about ways that we can try, whether it's increasing the fines and so on, continually having a presence there. I think our challenge is that sometimes owners see it as the cost of doing business, and that they sort of see these fines. I think the final, I know there were some questions regarding from one of the speakers about the 401A, and that has been addressed. Regarding earlier the conversation about tickets and that the administration has dismissed tickets, that's just incorrect. It's the municipal court which dismisses tickets. It's not anybody within our ranks, and these are two separate entities. We have no control over the court. The judiciary is separate. So while it might be our inspectors from the city who give the tickets, we are not sitting behind the scenes, sitting somewhere and just dismissing them. So I wanted to make sure that was clear, because that was inaccurate.
Thank you. Let's try
Council
to get
President, just very quickly.
Councilman
very
Jackson,
briefly.
hold on a minute. We're gonna try to get the rest of the council colleagues in here for the next item, but I'll give the floor right now.
Very good.
Councilman Jackson.
So just for a response to the Madam BA, it's very clear when you have a ranking file member of the administration come forward and testify on behalf of a complainant or let me say a violator, that is not the municipal court doing an irresponsible act. When you have a member who is a department director, who obviously isn't a resident of the city, come before, go within a court of law and testify against the municipality in which he works for, the very administration who claims to have written tickets in good faith, that is not the municipal court taking action against the residents' best interest. That is, from my conveyance, this administration or employees of this administration acting upon either, and I don't want to make an assumption, but it's, you know, without an answer, it only leaves one to assume that that person was given directive and or approval to do such. When we had a director come before this body and attempted to give testimony with regard to those tickets in a different context, that member of this administration was silenced and was not given the ability to speak at the time. So, you know, to phrase that in a manner in which we're going to put the context as is not the responsibility of the administration, I think the answer was very broad and vague. It didn't answer to the question of why is this business being allowed to continue to do what they're doing. And although we understand that the court systems is is an arbitrary entity within itself, they're still employees of the city. The prosecutors are, the judges are appointed by this administration, approved by this council, and if our municipal court system is not working on behalf of the members or the residents and constituents' concerns, then that needs to be addressed as well. So cannot just, you know, make a statement that it's just the court systems and we don't have any control over that. We had a member of this administration testify against those tickets that were written in one instance, and we had other members of the administration do the same in others. So please don't misconvey a false message to the public.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, Corporation Counsel.
First and foremost, speaking regarding the court, the judges, even though they are indeed appointed by the mayor and confirmed by this council, still hold judicial autonomy. Judges are allowed to do what they deem correct under the law, and they cannot vacillate from that. That is their sworn duty. Regarding the prosecutors hold prosecutorial discretion. They see the facts as they are presented, and they make a decision accordingly. Even though the prosecutors do fall under the Department of Law, I cannot ever, nor will I ever, as it is a violation of law, to tell a prosecutor how to prosecute a case. That's first and foremost. Moving to the matter of the employee that testified against the city in a municipal court matter. That employee thought that it was proper to do so. There was a concern about the tickets that were written, and the tickets, if I'm not mistaken, were written under one part of the code and shouldn't have been based on that employee's belief and understanding, and that's why he opted to testify against the city. And then referring to the employee who was told not to speak at the podium, if we look through the Faulkner Act, the only persons who can come before council are actually department directors, not division directors. And without permission of a department director, a division director does not have the authority to stand before the council and to give testimony. In Paterson, we have a misnomer that a division director is equal to a department director. Department directors are only those parties who are confirmed by this council. Those are the only department directors, and there are 9. That's where that is. Finally, regarding the tickets, I know there was a question earlier regarding the tickets, what was dismissed, what wasn't. Those matters, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the BA did give the council a report stating that these were the X number of tickets that were actually written. This is the X number of tickets that were dismissed. For more specificity on those tickets, you would need to reach out to the administrative office of the court, because they can give specificity, they can give fines. Though that's not any type of data that would be held in any city office.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes,
can
sir.
we do number 28?
28?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 28 on our non-consent agenda, resolution overriding Mayor Sayers' veto of ordinance
Council
21006, law resolution 21114.
We have a motion.
Council President.
You have a motion.
And a second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Kalik. Discussion?
Council President, I think this is a very important item on this agenda. I would like to have all the council members here to vote on this. Some of the council members are missing. Maybe we should hold this item for now and move to another item.
I agree, but instead of doing that, then if they're going to be taking a break out there, I remember the council in the past taking a 5-minute break. How about they just come back if possible? If not, we should
Council
just
President,
take a break.
Can Madam Clerk go out there and get them?
Because everything on an agenda is important, and just because this one might need 6 votes,
Yes, it does.
it should have been, and they knew that I was going to take these 2 items first. So, we have a first and a second.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor in a second, yes.
Yes.
Sophia's going to call the rest of the council.
So we have another council member coming. And I don't know what Councilman Velez is, but,
Councilwoman Cotton.
and Councilwoman Cotton. So, we're gonna proceed. Maybe they'll come back by the time we, finish the discussion, or, so let's continue. So we have a motion on the floor right now for the number 28. Number 28.
Yes, sir.
So, Councilman Jackson and Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 28 for,
No one else asked for the floor. Councilman Kalik, I gave the floor, no one else asked for it. I cannot wait, So, roll call, Madam Clerk.
My apologies, Council President. A lady has to do what she has to do, so I stepped out. There was a discussion on item 28?
Yeah, when you walked in, we had a discussion.
I only heard, while I was
On
out
the- on-
there, I only heard you talking about tickets. I
I
didn't.
opened the floor for a discussion. One person asked for the floor, no one else asked for the floor. So before you walked in, I asked the council colleagues,
To do a roll call.
it was stated by Councilman, and we're in the middle of roll call. But
Mr.
yes.
President, if with your permission, would you like me to read the item into the record again?
Yes, please.
Okay, we're voting on item number 28, resolution overriding Mayor Sayers' veto of ordinance 21006, law resolution 21114, There's a motion by Councilman Jackson and a second by Councilman Kalik.
Okay, so Council President, if I may. It is my understanding through our City of Paterson Code, what is it, 5-20, under Section U. There's a process of which the mayor, when he wants to veto something, has to address the process. It is my understanding that the mayor did not notify any council member. He did a press conference first, and as per the code, he should have let the council as a whole know that he was gonna move with that, then done his press conference, okay? And that's what I read. I called the League of Municipalities, I spoke to legal, and they're the ones who geared me towards the code 5-20 under, I believe, is Section U. So, Council President, why am I mentioning that? Just to say, for the record, okay, because I don't like to be put in a position where something is put on the agenda and we know it's gonna fail. I have a problem with that. I truly do. If there is a situation here, Council President, where any member, and you as the Council President, you put it and you allowed it on here with your right to do so, what changes have been done, if you can put it on the floor. It's my understanding that you as Council President, Councilwoman Mims, you went to DCA with the mayor, with the BA. If there's any changes, I want to know. I want the community to know what's going on, so then that way I know how to proceed with this item.
So, hold on a minute.
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, hold on a
Council
minute.
President,
Hold on a minute.
please.
So, first of all, it was put, that's the interpretation I got from Corporation Counsel and the clerk. He goes automatically on the agenda. So it wasn't the president who put it on, just so you know.
Well, but the veto?
Yes,
No, not the veto. I'm discussing, I'm
we're talking
sorry.
about the veto. That's what we're discussing right now. Number 28.
No,
To override the veto.
override. I'm talking about the override. not-
Correct. That's what we're voting on right now.
But that's the one that I'm saying, that there's a process that's being done when it comes to a veto. And so my question is, you put on the agenda the override.
No.
You
well,
have, exactly. How about if the council doesn't want to take action on
could,
overriding it?
okay, hold on a minute. Could we get some clarification?
Yes, Corporation Counsel, I want to know.
Yes, so, the clerk, one of the members of my office and I consulted on this matter for several hours, Madam Clerk, to determine how to proceed. First and foremost, the veto was done within the 10-day period prescribed by law. The mayor vetoed on 3/5, which would have, then at that juncture, which was exactly day 10. At that juncture, he gave the clerk a statement as to what, well, he's gonna have to give a statement. He can say he doesn't want to veto it because he doesn't like it. He can have any arbitrary reason for a veto. The clerk, if I'm not mistaken, sent notice to the council on that day that the mayor did indeed veto. At that juncture, it is, there's no prescription at law as to when it has to come on the agenda. What the law says is that there must be a 3-day period between the time that it is vetoed and the time that the council can override a veto. That 3-day period would have lapsed on Monday, putting it on today's agenda. It should come to the council at the first agenda session period, should the council want to discuss. The council does not have to vote on the veto this evening, but the reason why it came to the agenda and the reason why it wasn't pulled off of the agenda is because the agenda was published on Friday. So to ensure that it could actually be spoken about tonight, if the council chose to do so, it would have had to go on the agenda immediately after the veto on Friday to give us the 3-day period, because otherwise now we're moving into next week's meeting and then the council not having a time period to discuss. That is the timeline of events.
Thank you very much.
Council President,
We actually,
are we in the discussion?
we're in the middle of roll call, actually.
No, we are in the discussion. Council
Madam
President.
Clerk?
Yes, I didn't start the roll call.
Okay, so we're still in discussion. Councilman Velez?
Council President, thank you for this opportunity. Listen, we took a decision, a responsible decision based on the taxpayers' concern, based on everyone that came and expressed themselves through the phone, through emails, about the injustice, about the system of the sewer system. The way the method was done, the way that they was getting hurt in their pockets, et cetera, et cetera. In the past, and Councilman Jackson and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, myself and Councilman McCoy, when we had an issue with DCA, the president at that time created a committee as a whole, committee to go to Trenton, okay? I'm aware that only 2 council people went to Trenton and spoke, and that's you, Council President, and I believe Councilwoman Mims. I don't know if you ride together to save gas. Yes, Council President, you ride together to save gas. I don't know what was the conversation based on the, you had the opportunity, Council President, based on what compromise this decision or not. I don't know what DCA told you guys. I don't see a memorandum. I don't see a voice recording about DCA coming forward. This is going to be different. I don't know what is different when we made a decision based on the taxpayers' concern now to have the mayor veto our decision, the decision that we took seriously because there was a lot of concern from the taxpayer. And a lot of us here, okay, agree on that decision. Now, what I see in front of me, okay, is the resolution overriding Mayor Sayer veto ordinance. 2 whereas. And the paper holds more. The paper holds more. Not just, listen, I'm going to veto this. I don't care what 9 members of the council think about. I don't care what they say. We are the legislative body of the city of Paterson, and we make decisions based on the facts that the taxpayer bringing to us. And if we are going to ignore that, then let the state run us. Tell us, hey, state, take over us and get rid of the council because we're going to do this for you guys. $2 million. They came to us saying, hey, you're going to lose $2 million. And what we asked to the mayor is, give us a plan. Give us another method. Give us something different that when we vote on it, we feel comfortable and that taxpayers are comfortable. So, Council President, I'm going to allow you to speak, but when I kidnap only 2 members of the council to go and talk to Trenton, and there's no letter, there's nothing that says Trenton say this and this is what we're going to compromise. I don't know what is the conversation out there, okay? I don't see no facts saying that it's going to be workable. So what I recommend to the mayor, and I told him this, Mayor, put a plan together that we could vote on it, a plan, a method that is satisfied the taxpayer of the city pass, and then we move forward. But slap us in the face that I got to veto this because 9 members don't know what they're doing, I don't think that's the right message. And this, if this passed, if this passed, this is a slap not to us. It's a slap to the taxpayer of the city of Paterson. And those are people that want to invest in our city.
Council President?
Actually, I want to address him since he's addressing our trip to DCA.
Please do, and I'll add to it.
Yes. So first of all, this repealing of this sewer was the initiative. It was voted as a council, but it was the initiative of myself and Councilwoman Mims.
Correct.
Right? And we did this out of desperation from listening to the residents for over 1.5 years and not getting any action by the administration at the time. Constant complaints. And then, you know what? We had to take desperate measures, which is make it drastic. The word is drastic. Drastic measure to dissolve the authority. Now, sometimes at my fault from my background in working in this area, in this field, of the consequences that could come out of this, right? We knew when we took action, but when we took the trip to Trenton, just so you know, and Councilwoman Mims could tell me if I'm not telling the true story or not. And I want the BA to elaborate. First of all, DCA in no way tried to push us, either way. They just wanted to hear us. They acted as like intermediaries between us and the administration. Because the reason we did this sewer repeal is because the administration kept fighting us on doing an analysis. At the time, they kept telling us that everything was fine. That was that was the intent of repealing the sewer utility. It wasn't, yes, after the repeal, the rates go back to the old, rates, but what happens is now it creates a deficit in the budget of a few $1 million, right? When we voted this on the first time we voted on this, we said that if they give us a presentation, we will vote on it again to try to recreate the utility. That's what we said. Some of us said that. So when we went to Trenton, the administration basically acknowledged, and I want the BA to put it on the, to state what they promised us while speaking to DCA, that they will actually look at the rates, and I think this should be a yearly practice. Look at the rates and adjust them accordingly. So the ones that took a big hit actually will see a relief. So, Madam BA, I ask you, could you please state the agreement the verbal agreement that we made in front of DCA?
Sure, thank you, Council
And
President.
the time period to have this report.
Sure, thank you. And I want to thank you, Councilwoman Mims, the entire council, for being advocates for the residents, and in a way that we feel that we're doing the same. And we've had some really productive conversations over these past few months. And the main piece of having the review, we're glad to say that we are moving on it, and we understand that from the council too, and so that's why we wanted to speed up the process. You saw an email that I sent to the council last week. That was the scope of work by Moonshot Missions, which is the group that is already starting. We have sent them a lot of the documentation around the initial setting up of the sewer billing and this new rate system. We welcome, and that scope has a 30 to 45 day scope of work to it, so that we don't have to be out of compliance with our transitional aid, and we will still have a product to you, just like Councilman Velez says. He wants a plan, he wants to see something. You just have to hold on a little bit longer, because we already have people under some real experts in the field who are going to get us to something that the council can say, look, I advocated for my residents, we want this to be fair, we want it to be something that works for the city. And we are committed, you have that in front of you, we're committed to it. I also want to put out there that we really want you to look at that scope. This was something that was emphasized during the meeting on Monday with DCA, and to make sure we have any additional input. If there's anything we're missing, that is something that you have heard repeatedly. In the details of their work, they're talking about reviewing the pass rate structures, looking at the flat fee versus the volume. They're going to look at everything. They also discussed looking at the sewer connection fees for capital funds. They're really bringing a lot to the table, but we want to make sure your voices are heard, and the residents who are calling you, that their voices are heard. So please, I will send a follow-up email about that. You can just respond to me so that it can trigger this conversation. But I think these conversations over the past couple of weeks have gotten us to a better place as a city, so that we can really address any of the challenges that we feel like we're facing.
Council President.
So real quick, in the past, every time we have a deficit, in the middle of the year, we always talk about it's too late to cut staff. We don't want to have that discussion if the ultimate goal was to get the administration to do the analysis. We don't want to have that discussion. It brings the morale down of the employees and everyone. The discussion would have been if we dissolve it, and I was not told this by DCA or the administration. This is just me from watching council meetings throughout the years. Every time we have a big deficit during the middle of the year, we see tax increases and a reduction in force. And that's what we're trying to avoid. If this report is done, then I accomplished what my intentions were when I put the sewer utility. It was to force them to do an analysis and make this better. So, Councilwoman Mims.
So I just want to add to that. I don't want the public to be misinformed that I went to a meeting to be coerced or compromised to voting for anything. I was invited to a meeting with DCA. We sat down, and it was needed because for a year and a half, this council has been advocating and fighting for the residents, and it was to no avail. And for once, it was almost like the light bulb came on because we were sitting in a room with other people that listened and were like, the council is right. Our concerns are absolutely right. They put forth a plan. I looked over it. And to me, when I look over, because my background is project management, when I looked over the general scope of what was presented, I identified that it's not comprehensive. So I'm glad that the BA is saying all council members need to look at it and weigh in to input, right? Because we can't make that decision. To me, that's a long-term decision, that particular item. But the thing for me is those residents that have issues right now. I said this here in this council meeting in the forum. I said it during the time when we voted for the first reading, second reading. I said it openly. There are residents where their piping size is incorrect. In their homes, they live in an actual home, and they're being billed as a commercial building. And I've been saying it for a long time, and it has not been rectified, that we need to build a code identifier internally in our system and do a scrub of our system to identify those individuals that are having concerns so that we can resolve it. That's one of the immediate resolutions to this concern. Finally, as I said, the light bulb went off. Mims, that's true. Those are things that we should have done. I agree to that. But going to the meeting, it was like people sitting in a room mediating the same things that this council has been saying for a very long time. I'm not here to say in the room, they didn't ask how are you going to vote, who's going to vote, because I would have said it was unethical. So I want to put that on the record, that did not happen. No one asked that question. And I would not have answered it anyway, because my vote is my vote. And when I get to the meeting, I vote accordingly, because I vote on behalf of the people. And so I just want to put that on record because, Councilman Velez knows I love him, but I cannot have it on record saying that I was kidnapped by anyone. So because I would have to call our police, and they might not like me because I just abstained from their vote. But I was not kidnapped. We serve as the leaders of the council in two capacities. We serve as council president and council vice president. We also serve as council president is the chair of finance, and I am the vice chair of finance currently on the council. And we sat, we listened, we allowed our concerns to be heard, and then we have to come back to the council, and the council will vote. I heard somebody call today and said a decision has been made, and I'm like, well, we haven't voted. This has to come to the council. So that is a misnomer. When we come to this chamber and we open up and there is a motion and all that goes forward, that's when the vote takes place. So I know that will happen in a few minutes, and we'll look forward to that. But that's what happened on our trip. We got some things done. There was some conversation, and I'm grateful. My request to the administration, and I'll say it very bluntly, we don't have to travel an hour and a half there and an hour and a half back to let 4 individuals tell us how to operate collaboratively. When the council makes suggestions and recommendations, we can handle it right in Paterson in this 8.4 square miles of our city. I have a family. My son is on virtual learning, and I take my mornings very seriously with him, making sure he graduates. He's a high school senior. So I'm just putting that on the record, that in the future we could just handle it right here in Paterson, and I don't have to take any trips away from making sure my son graduates. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Let me just briefly, real quick. So something that happened in this meeting is we actually communicated with the administration, right? Which is sad. That's what took place in this meeting. We needed a mediator in this meeting, and that's how DCA was the mediator, and we were able to actually communicate and get some commitments at this meeting. And just for the record also, this is not the first time 2 council members go to Trenton. Councilwoman Davila, you and I, my first year here, we went to Trenton ourselves. You were the president, I was the finance chair.
Yes, and we
So-
did go, and we got a lot accomplished in that meeting.
Correct, and you know, we had a discussion, and we're gonna have different feelings at what was accomplished here, but Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. It's like comedy hour on a Tuesday night. First of all, let me say this. The council functions as a body. It is the whole. It's not the individual. The council presidency is no more authority than any other council person. We are all duly elected by the people in the community. One is selected by its members, by its fellow members to run the meetings, but it does not give one person more authority than the other. What we're witnessing tonight, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to make a prediction. Because all you need to do is influence 1 or 2, and you can overturn what is said to be the council's decision. Now, if there was a plan in place, I would think the council would have been informed. If there was a discussion, I would have thought there would be the council having a discussion, not with 2 members. And I understand the DCA often is quoted by the administration is, oh, they don't have to speak to the council. But yet there's 2 members that travels to Trenton to have a discussion with regard to something that's so important. Furthermore, if there was a plan to be implemented, why would we have to wait for it? Why should the residents go back to the retort of what we already collectively, as a council, decided was not in the best interest of the community? Well, because the political capital in doing an appeal or what's the word I'm looking for? The veto is much more worthy of carrying than having a discussion with the council for the best interest of the community. Because if there was such a plan that existed, then it could have been a discussion with the council as a collective, and the council could have taken action to rescind such vote. But no, it looks a little bit more attractive. Let me put forward, well, I'm going to do another first. I appointed the first this, I appointed the first that. I'm going to do the first veto, and all I need to do is sway 1 or 2 council votes to relieve myself of the 2/3 vote that would require to veto this measure. And is that the best practice? Is that the best thing suited for the public? Shouldn't the public understand what that plan is too? Or should it only be a private discussion amongst 2 council members in Trenton? It's like, it's one of those items where you're laughing and crying at the same time because it's sad comedy. What do they call that? I forget the term, but it's sad comedy. And I think we should just stop the charade. Council President, let's just do what you like to do. Let's rush through it. Let's move to the vote. Let's see how we end up. I'll rest there, Council President.
Council President, before you go to the vote, please.
Hold on a minute. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to defend.
It's called satire. I apologize. Satire.
I just want to defend give a vote of confidence to our council president and our council vice president. Like no secret, every year on July 1st, this body elects 2 members to lead this body. And that is the leadership that went down to Trenton. And then they came and they make their decision just like how it was done in past practice. So I want to defend council president and council vice president. And those are 2 people that were in favor of this, right? And then we're in a veto situation. This is government. One of the things council members have to learn is how government works. If you don't know how government works, you don't get things done. So on July 1st, we elected leadership to this council every July 1st. In all the years, Ernie Rucker's probably been to many of those reorgs for many, many years. And those are the people that represent this council. The school board has a president and a vice president. It's no secret. So I don't know why we're here saying this is what Trenton reaches out to the leadership of the council, and they go represent us. We elected them. And I'm not, and if I'm the last common council president, I'm just gonna defend you guys. We voted you to lead this body, and I think you guys are doing a great job, and I'm sure you did a great job down in Trenton representing this body. And if there is nothing else, I will go to roll call. If not, I'll explain my vote when I.
Hold on, Councilman Velez is gonna have the floor, but another thing, let's just make it clear to the public. You cannot have more than 4 members in any meeting, then it would constitute a public meeting. So I cannot grab the whole council and take them to Trenton.
Yeah, correct.
So how would I pick the 4?
I don't think Trenton, after seeing these council meetings, they don't want us to come down as a body.
So yeah, but even if that wasn't the case, right? We cannot have more than 4 people anywhere. So I just want to put that out there. Councilman Velez.
Council President, once again, don't take offense about you guys going to Trenton. It's like I didn't even knew that you guys went to Trenton until today. Okay, so that is now 2 things have been stated here, and let's be clear. First of all, there was a verbal commitment. I don't know what is that verbal commitment. Now, hold on,
Councilman. I just stated what the verbal commitment was.
No.
Earlier, I said the verbal commitment was that they would have the report. They already hired the company.
Okay.
They would
we
have.
know that. You didn't need to go to Trenton for that.
No,
we know
no,
that.
no.
Because council, I had a conversation with the BA, and I asked that question on the floor if that company was already hired or not. And last time you clarified that you on the process for this, and this, and that, for the company that was going to review the billing and this and that. Okay? Now, mediator, you are taking Trenton, DCA, the mediator between the council and the administration, where they threat us to take $2 million from us. If we was going to eliminate the sewer system, MOU. Hold on, that's not a mediator. For me, it's not a mediator. You threaten me for a letter saying $2 million we're gonna take if you do this. For me, that's not a mediator. Now, because they're gonna put you still, the DCA is gonna put you against the wall. Commitment. There's no written commitment. They said it today was a verbal commitment. Words could be words. Now, if DCA told me, if you keep the utility, sewer utility, here's a letter that we're not going to take $2 million. We're going to give you $5 million so you could balance your budget and keep on moving forward. That's a commitment. Now, Councilman Abdulaziz stated that they went down there, and I applaud you guys. I hope the mayor paid a good lunch because he liked to eat a lot, okay? But he made a decision.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Whoa.
Hold on.
First of all,
hold on. That's my statement. I'm responsible on my statement, and I know because we eat a lot. Me and him campaign together, and he knows how I eat. So Councilman stated that they went down there and they made a decision for us.
No,
I did not say that. I said they represented the council. Please.
And you
state the facts. They vote their conscience.
And you stated that they went down there and came back with a decision.
No, you vote today.
Point of order,
yeah.
Council President. Councilman Velez has the floor.
I got the floor.
Councilman Velez, could you try to
this
wrap
is,
it up?
and I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna wrap up. Every time that we make statements based on the taxpayers, the only person that knows a lot is my colleague back there. We don't know about government. We don't know about how we do this. We don't know how to do that. And Councilman, you have to stop slandering us with your statements. Okay? So, there's a veto in front of us. I don't see no concept of vetoing it. The administration said that they got a plan together, that they're gonna do this and they're gonna do that. I feel more comfortable leaving the way it is, okay? And bring the plan or whatever they change they wanna do, and we move forward and we vote if it's attractive to the taxpayers. No hiding agenda, no hiding fees, and no balonies behind it. Because then, when we approve something, the taxpayers is gonna say, you approve it. You did this. And you know what? You know what's the famous quote of every mayor in the city of Paterson? I present it to the council. They the one that vote for it. That have to stop. That has to stop. So everything that comes towards me, and let me tell you something, everything that comes here, I'm gonna make my wise decision based on what people elect me for in this city council. So, Council President, I'm not questioning you more, or council or VP, but when they tell me they got commitments and they got this and that, I don't see nothing written like the letter that they say, we're gonna take $2 million out of your aid. That's the only thing. Council President, thank you.
Yes, we're gonna do a roll call. There was no commitment. They didn't even mention the 2 million. They mostly were quiet. Councilwoman Menz, you could correct me if I'm wrong. We did most of the talking. We just wanted them to be a witness of what we've been dealing for the past year and a half, so they understand what we're going through. Let's do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 28 for approval, and this resolution needs 6 affirmative votes. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And my comments are usually directed to my constituents and the taxpayers in the 6th Ward and the city of Paterson. What we have in front of us is no joke. This is high-stakes stuff that directly will impact the taxpayer. If this resolution in front of us gets repealed, it directly impacts the taxpayers. The self-sustainability of the utility, and I was from day one stating this, that we need a plan to make sure it's self-sustained. If not, the billing goes back to the taxpayers. It's in the resolution. That's the plan. The only winners in this are the nonprofits that paid an extra $1 million that won't have to pay $1 million. Their bill's gonna go down. And just an analysis to the taxpayers. A resident to fill that, and there's only 2 things that could happen. When you're in a budget deficit, there's 2 things that you could do to make sure that this deficit's closed. Is raise taxes or lay off people. And that's what's gonna happen if we repeal this. And that's the facts. It's a $7.5 million hole that this is not a joke. This is not anything. What the state and my colleagues we should be doing is pumping the brakes. And I think that's what the DCA was saying. Let's pump the brakes, get the analysis, and make sure we do it right and keep the self-sustained utility. That's what the state's asking us. And just so I put a number figure, and I did my due diligence this week, and I'm gonna say I looked at other wards. The average assessed property is $197,000. That means every taxpayer at $197,000 will get an increase of $232. My ward, most of the homes are $350,000 and up. Their tax bill will go $400 or $500. If this gets repealed, the nonprofits get the break and the taxpayers pick up the burden. In the 3rd Ward, it's even worse. I looked at the Eastside Park section. They're at $550. Their tax bill is going to be $600, $700 just by repealing this. Moody's stated, our bond, I'm going to wrap up, Council President. Moody's stated our bond rating is going to go down. There's a lot of stakes. There's a high stakes things here. This is bigger than the budget. We're talking about 5 or 6% tax increases. So let's pump the brakes. DCA said it. The mayor vetoed it. It's going to give us some time, and we can reevaluate this and make sure that the sewer utility stays the same, and we do not give a break to the nonprofits. And then my vote, and to the seniors, this is a punch in the face. I didn't even go there. I apologize to my seniors. This will be a punch in the face to you on your tax bill because you're at a income that doesn't go up. And my vote is no to override the mayor's veto. and I hope that we can get together, and like Councilwoman Mims said, we don't need to go to Trenton to work things out. We could do it right here in the city of Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that whoever become council president, do take a trip to Trenton. Because I know I took a trip when I was council president. Some things was going on, and at that time, I went down with Councilman McCoy, Councilman Jackson, and Councilman Velez. And it was some serious stuff that they were talking to us about. But sometimes, you know, I know for years, and I said it before, that I've been a homeowner for 37 years. And you would look at sometimes your bills and you'll say to yourself, wow, something hasn't gone up in a long time. You know, but I remember back in 2014 where they did adjust it, and it went up. It went up a little at a time. It might have been 2013 all the way to 2017, I'm not quite sure. But what had been happening is that, and we probably got something on the agenda tonight, our sewer repairs. Our sewer repairs was coming out of our budget, and I probably would say in the last 10 years, we probably spent about $50 million on sewer repairs. We started to use capital funding money to now do it, and everybody has heard me talk about sewer repairs. I know for a fact that just in my fourth ward alone, I got about $2 million that's been sitting and sitting and sitting. People have been calling and complaining. Cars are getting hit on Fair Street, on East Putman and East 16th Street. They're like, so this was supposed to help us to establish a fund so when we do have to do our sewer repairs, that it wouldn't come through the taxpayers. So with that being said, sometimes people have to take have to make a tough decision on what they need to get done. And I know that the state has given us funding to create a sewer authority, sewer utility piece to help us do this, but just to say that you're gonna put now all of this money back on taxpayers, which is a lot of money, and I think that we need to get it right, because everyone who I helped with the sewer bill, it was corrected. So I say to people, sometimes when things are not right, do your best to make sure you get it right. And if you have to call all over the world, then you call all over the world to get it right. And so I say to people, call, because if something is not right, we can make it get it right. So with not putting this back on our taxpayers, I cannot vote to override the mayor for this, because this is something that has been going on for the last 20 years that should have been taken care of over 10 years ago, and it wasn't. And it should have been. It's like kicking the can down the road with the CSO. That's still coming up. When you're talking about billions of dollars, billions. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no, not to override.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
There's so many things that I want to say, and my brain is going over and over. And I have to say, truly, that after being ill for almost 2 months with COVID, I have what's called COVID brain fog, right? So I started jotting some things down. My statement today is not to, by any means, it be personal towards, and I'm going to say the mayor specifically. I just wish that the mayor would truly be genuine with his ways. If the mayor truly wanted to do right by the people of Paterson, he would put his ego aside and reach out to each council member and say, you know what, we haven't seen eye to eye. I understand that maybe, you know what, maybe I don't personally like you, but I have to work with you and I have to respect that you were elected by the people. Unfortunately, he doesn't do that. To my council president, another person that I've had much respect for. When I want to get my car fixed, I go to a mechanic. I don't go to a finance person. When I'm sick, I go to the doctor. I don't go to a plumber. I looked at my council president, and when he spoke about doing a repeal to the sewer utility, I sat down, regardless of whatever misunderstandings or anything we've had. I said, you know what, council president? I agree with you. There was a very great council member that we used to have, our finance chair for years. Councilman McCoy, yes, but Councilman Morris always used to say, learn how to count. Do you think that I want to put myself in a position, okay, to wear a veto on a mayor that didn't address us to say, let's work together, but now he wants to veto because we took action on something? It truly bothers me. It bothers me more that my council president, and council president, I'm going to ask for another minute, that our council president could have had a better communication with the council, even with going to Trenton. We should have known. Now, I will say this, I did know, because I reach out to council president. Because whenever I have a concern about something, I reach out. So then there's never, you didn't call me, you didn't email me. I do the same with the administration, with the BA. And I don't get responses from the BA. I sometimes get responses from Corporation Counsel when I sent the email to the BA. So with that said, we have to take a stand. If not, we fall for anything, right? And my mom used to always say, Maritza, take a stand even if you stand alone. The stand that I took was to support a repeal because I believed that it was right. I went to my finance chair, my council president, who is an expert in finances, that I said, if he said we can repeal this and there's a way that we can work this out, the administration is going to come back to us with a plan, great. But the administration has not come back with a plan. So with that said, I cannot say, oh, because I really don't have confidence. I do not. I hope and pray that it does happen, so I'm not wishing ill. But at this time, I can't say that I cannot support this measure. So I'm going to vote yes to override the mayor's veto. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council colleague, don't get confused by some of the explanation was presented by my council colleague. The tax will go up. That's not the fact. Well, when this sewer utility was created, tax didn't go down. It keep going up, the 2%. So if we created the sewer utility and we used to use the money from the taxation and tax keep going up, shouldn't the tax go down? Since we created and collecting millions of dollars from taxpayer. Sewer fees and taxpayer, same thing. It's the same people paying both bills. And you know how I'm going to vote. Everybody who watching know that. And I think this is for the taxpayers. This is for the residents of Paterson. We need to repeal the sewer utility. Mayor disrespected the council. 7 of us voted for it. I think without speaking to us, he vetoed it. He had the power to do so, which is fine. But at least he should have spoke to everybody. I don't think he even spoke to the council president before he vetoed it. I think we do need to work together, but the administration needs to come up with a better plan. Why do you want to do the analysis now, hire a company now? We've been asking for the last 2 years. Why do you want to fix it now? It should have been fixed from the beginning. So I think it's the right things to do is override the veto of the mayor, and then my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I've been quiet during the discussion. I just want to use my time and maybe an extra minute during my vote. But, you know, and this message is straight for the taxpayer. You know, I still remember when this utility was created. And since then, our taxpayer, our homeowners are been suffering
with incredible increases in the sewer bill from 126 to 580. And for the last a little bit over 2 years, I've been listening to the same concern. People are crying because those are taxpayers in the city of Paterson now that are being hit with another bill that is unacceptable. That doesn't make any sense. I remember I was not at the council when this was approved, but I came and I used the 3-minute on public portion to recommend the administration to go back and review the process and the formula that they use for the billing. I came here. I never came here to say that encouraging the council to repealing this. No. This was my recommendation, and I hear other council members also with the same concern. It's been 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years, and the mayor never paid attention to the crying of the taxpayer. This, repealing, I mean, it's just the most disgraceful way of going back to the taxpayer and answering them. As a mayor, you have a responsibility to serve the city of Paterson. And it's been 2 years, and you have not come to this council with a plan. And it's been over and over. We have a multiple discussion about this, and I think that this is the right thing to do. If we care about the taxpayer, this is the right thing to do. You know what? We're gonna dissolve this utility, and we want you to come back to this council, sit on that chair, and put the egos aside, because this mayor, he doesn't respect this council. He doesn't. And some of the council member, I have my personal opinion, but he doesn't respect this governing body. He doesn't. And how are we gonna be able to work together? And also, I was not aware about this trip to Trento, but I'm laughing at this time that we're using the state as a mediator between the mayor and the governing body. I want the taxpayer to think about this, please. We went to the state to bring the state into the middle of the governing body and the mayor. There's a huge problem with this administration. It is. How hard and difficult it is for the mayor to sit on that chair and come to this council and talk to this governing body and say, listen, this is the plan that I have to fix this problem. He knows that he was wrong when he created this utility, and we never charged those municipal buildings. We never charged the school district in those buildings. He knows it from the beginning. He knows he was wrong, but he never paid attention because his ego is way high. He's too good to come to the council and sit on that chair and have a conversation. And sometimes he forgets that he was elected to serve the city of Paterson. I might don't like you, but I don't need to like you in order for us to do business together. This is not personal. This is business. And we are here to represent the public. And my vote is, I'm in support of dissolving this utility, because our taxpayer, our homeowners, people that live on fixed income, they are the ones that are suffering. The third ward, yes, 80% of the residents in the third ward, they're all homeowners, maybe 75%. I've been in every house, and I hear the concern and the crying of every homeowners that now have to pay $500 on a sewer bill from $125. Does that make sense? No. What is the responsibility of the mayor? A responsible mayor, somebody who cares about this community, is to come back and say, you know what, we're wrong, let's fix this. Let's see how can we get this done right. But now, it's been 2 years, and now this is what he bringing to the table. It's a shame, but that's what we have in the city of Paterson. And all I have in this council is my vote and the work that I do for the community. But my vote is yes to override this veto. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Pass.
Councilman Velez?
I pass.
So I have to go back to Councilman Mims.
Pass.
Councilman Velez?
No, I'm not gonna start, but I pass because I'm writing. Come on, let's go.
Councilman Mims?
So we're at this juncture, and what's really sad to me, we had conversation, and I waited all day, and I know there's some comments that I wanted to add, but what's really disheartening to me is that it was like the information was not distributed to the council. I would have loved to see the proposed possible scope of work sent to the council to get their input. I don't see that was done. It's just, and I understand that there is, possibilities of a working plan. But for me, when you want to extend the olive branch, it's always good government, and it's also friendly government to send the information out to the council so that we're not put in a position where people are miscommunicating the efforts of myself and council president by saying that we went, we made a compromise, we did this, we did that. I think, you know, it really, it alarms me when I hear stuff like that, because for me personally, I didn't make any commitments. I sat in the room, I made recommendations, and you know, for one time in almost 2 years, there was someone that listened, and it was like, I'll say it again, like the light bulb went on for the administration. And to this administration, you know, when the council is making recommendations, we have to learn that we cannot take it personal. Whether you like an individual, don't like them, whether they're gonna run against you or not, that should not take any precedence in council meetings or with council city business. We should reach out to council members to say, this is what's at stake. Is it, I'm wrapping up, but do we need this in place? Yes, we do. Do we need to have a plan in place? Absolutely. When we're getting calls from residents whose bills have went up 300 and 400%, that's a concern. I mean, this administration gave to us, we didn't ask you to give us addresses, you gave to the council a presentation with 26 addresses on them. And we saw ourselves, we had it written ourselves, that showed us residents who went up from $400 to $1,100. It is really it's a sad situation in a place where we're placed in, that we're put in this position now where, you know, transitional aid is on the line. I've been asking since I've come into office for a strategic financial plan to move us away from transitional aid so that we're at a good place. And there's some stuff that's been done, but a lot of stuff needs to be done. But when there's a break in communication, and I've heard the word feel good in the past, but for me, not providing that to the council, it's just hard. Like, we're put in a bad place because we have to face the residents, right? On one end, the state is saying there's a possibility of loss, but then the residents are saying, what's going to happen to us now? And I would have loved to hear the administration say, we're going to build a cold identifier. We're going to have that done before the week is over for those residents that have the issues, or an email sent out, or those different things that we put on the table to say, these are some of the items that were discussed, just to hear from the council, like, what is your take, what is your feel? And I think it would have been better if that would have been done, because at least the council would have felt like we're working together. But when there's a gap in that, and there's been past practice of us not doing what was right or not being heard, it puts the council in a bad place, because now people are saying, well, if you vote this way, we're gonna do that, and if you don't vote this way, we're gonna do this. But at the end of the day, the residents are losing their homes. They're losing their homes, and so it is a tough spill for me. And you know, for me, I don't really owe anyone anything. The residents put me here, and that's my slogan, that I have to put the residents first. The residents called me after I voted last time, thanking me and sending me emails. Please do not let go of fighting on my behalf. And so for me, I have to vote for the residents, and my vote is what is it? Yes to override the mayor. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Thank you. I just want to echo that. See, the residents of Paterson are not fooled. You could call it tax, or you could call it fee. At the end, it's the same thing. They just put another tie and another maniquí. And you're gonna take this, and that's what we have. The difference here is that it's almost a year and a half when we started this, we even in the conversation, 2 years, right? When we started asking for a better system, a better way that our taxpayers will get the benefit. Now, you could call it fee or tax. It's the same dog with different color. Okay? One thing I'm going to say is that when we say we're gonna hurt the nonprofit, and we're gonna, let me tell you something. We are benefiting the nonprofit if we do it right, and also the taxpayers. There's a lot of churches that have been getting hit with this kind of fee, high fees. There's a lot of nonprofits getting hit with this high fees. So what we asked in the past is, let's get it right. There was a lot of confusion. Let me recall that we even told them, where is the problem? And they dump it to the water commission or the sewer commission, and oh, that they're the problem. No, it's a pipe. Oh, it's small. This is big. This is that. But still, the taxpayer Paterson was getting billed. You know, you want to veto something? Bring us something before veto. Present us something that we are comfortable. And I think that a lot has been said. A lot has been said. You know, and when I say before, the mayor eats a lot, I eat a lot, is we campaign together. Matter of fact, he should, and this is not politics, we walk a lot, promising people that taxes was going to be stabilized, that crime was going to go lower, that quality of life was going to be better, that the city was going to move forward in the aspect of revenues. So I haven't seen that much, but this is something that we all have to think about. And the administration, and I'm not going to say the mayor. A lot of people say, I don't like this, I don't like that, I'm not going to say I don't like the mayor. He's good, you know, but we don't want cheerleaders. We want people that really, I'm not going to wrap up, give me 1 second. We want people really think of government. And I don't think this is a good idea what we were going through. And I think the taxpayer and the nonprofit and those people that want to invest in the city of Paterson, it's good to see a relief if we go back where we was, and if they're going to put something forward, something that's going to be attractive and is going to be presentable and with the right facts. So my vote is yes to override the mayor veto to the ordinance 21-006.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson, we are voting on item number 28.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
So, this is just another disappointment. I overheard one of the council members talking. I think it might have been Councilwoman Mims. I'm not sure who it was. But when there's a disagreement amongst the two bodies, the administration and the council, you would think that there would be an effort to bridge all gaps. I would venture to say I'm the least communicated with. Maybe Councilman Mendez probably runs a tight second. But he's been, in his own words, he's been given the benefit of the doubt.
I think I'm the first, you know. I'm the number one.
No, I don't think so. But we'll share equal responsibility to that, equal claim to that. But listen, I'm not here to be indifference to. I'm here to act responsibly to the community. And I challenge, as I do every single meeting, any person, including the mayor, show me one vote that I've made. Show me one stance that I've taken, one argument that I've made that wasn't the benefit of the community at large. There was a benefit or an agenda of Mike Jackson. I've never conjured up an item only to change my position after having a discussion. I think that all council members should be a part of the discussion. In fact, I would venture to say if I've gotten a call from the administration once or twice, that would be a lot. I've rarely been contacted to be presented with an argument that would compel me to change my position. But I'm often presented with calls and concerns from the residents. And the fact that the residents' concerns on this issue has gone on deaf ears, it just exacerbates the point that this council was making. I, just like many other council members, had given the support to this administration. You know, when a longtime mentor of mine became a part of this administration, I felt that it was necessary for me to give support to make sure that there's no depiction of me just being in opposition just because. And I've given support on some of these items, such as this. But when you have the constituents' concerns being overlooked and their concerns not being answered, and an attempt to overturn the council's wishes to help aid in the concerns of those constituents, instead of working on a plan and comprehensively coming back to say, listen, we hear your concerns, this is what we would like to implement, can we revisit the item? But it just talks about the failures of this administration. When you hire people who don't have the experience in these positions, this is what you get. There's a guessing game. There is no experience. There's a reason Tom Brady won the Super Bowl once again. He had the experience. Well, everything is relative to football.
Please wrap it up, Councilman.
Council President, you cannot be selective in your choices of who is regulated. When that bell goes off, I know it went off, but just like it went off with other council members as well, and they continued to talk, and he didn't say anything to them, but he wants to push me along. Don't listen, man. You have to distribute.
Could we ask Madam Clerk how long ago the bell went off? Madam Clerk,
I
how
need-
long ago did the bell
I
go
need
off?
to take both of you for lunch one of these days.
Madam Clerk, didn't the bell go off a
Some
while
things a
ago?
meal can't cure,
It's
Council
more than a
President.
minute,
I mean,
but
Councilman.
So more than a minute after the bell went off,
Some
Councilman. So
council-
It doesn't matter. It
I
doesn't
gave you the
matter.
same courtesy.
It doesn't matter. Once again, the guidelines are the guidelines. You can't pick and choose who you want to allow to speak longer than others.
Councilman, I gave you the same courtesy.
Listen,
I just
once
asked you to wrap it
again,
up.
once again, you cannot choose who you want to allow to speak longer than others. If the bell goes off, and everybody's gonna adhere to a 2-minute curfew, then I'm willing to go by that as well. But if other people are gonna arbitrarily pick and choose when they want to, I'll wrap it up right now. No, I'm not doing that.
No, but Councilman.
If everybody else, that bell went off, I sat back there and watched.
Councilman, I let you continue.
And
Let
the
me just
bell
say
went
something.
off.
So the bell went off. I gave you another
Because you're
minute.
interrupting me.
Councilman, I gave you
You're
another minute
interrupting
to
me.
wrap it up. Another minute.
No, you're interrupting me. Yeah. It's not virtual meetings anymore, sir.
So what are you trying to say with that,
You
Councilman?
can cancel that. So once again, I'm making a point. If I can just continue without being interrupted, he didn't interrupt anyone else. But because, let me just not delay it any longer. Let's see what his vote is going to be. My vote is
Be careful. He almost says yes.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President, you're
All right. So something that I always done is I try to find solutions. That's what I always trying to do. Even after we passed this, I spent, and you go ask Javier, the CFO, I talk to him all the time, breaking my head to see how we could address the billing concerns and at the same time maintain the utility, right? But because we put both ordinances in one, I think I even called you one time, Madam Clerk, after the fact, to say, oh man, only if this, in the Corporation Council, just so the public understand. This is not a decision that was made overnight. this is something that I've been thinking about for almost 2 months now. Since we passed this, I don't know how long it's been. Since we passed this, I've been breaking my head, talking to Councilman Abdelaziz, try to find a way to basically get the administration to do the analysis without repealing the utility. I was the councilman that pushed for this the most. And it's okay, those, I take responsibility, but I cannot take responsibility for the billing aspect of it, right? It was recommended by the state for many years. Other municipalities are doing it. There is a lot of benefit from it. As soon as we did it, we got a positive, I don't know if the word is outlook from Moody's, and so on. So this whole time, yes, I understand that the mayor's vetoing this is basically disrespectful to the council, but I'm put in a situation here that I'm saying, okay, do I take the political stand or do I do what I think I believe, right? As a person that has a CFO license, I consider all the consequences. Also thinking about the times when the other mayors were here and we had a deficit in our budget, how back then Tony Zambrana would say, and even Councilman Morris would say, well, it's kind of late now to make any cuts in the budget because you got to give employees 45-day notice, and I'll take the same minute that everyone else took, by the way. And I'm president.
You're
but
the president. You're the president.
Yes. So just like they stated, 45 days notice, and then even if you make cuts, you're not going to see much savings because of unemployment and everything else. So I try to think all of that. That's my way of thinking, right? Now, do I always make the politically correct decisions? No. But that's not. At least I'm not here for that. I'm trying to vote how I think is correct. Did I do this for the mayor? No. There's no way. If anything, well, he's not gonna say otherwise. I was gonna say talk to him, but no conversation. The day of the trip, that's when I and you were actually at the office, Madam BA. The day of the trip was when I say, look, I've been thinking about this. If I could get a commitment from you guys, and we could come to an agreement with DCA, presence in this, then I might consider my vote, not the council's vote, my vote. I cannot speak for the council. Speak for the council. So, in saying that, my vote is no.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 against. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
So, Councilwoman, could you take over from me?
We have the consent items.
Consent.
We have consent items.
Sure. Madam Clerk, can we do the consent agenda, please?
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 4 through 13. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Madam President and
So moved.
Honorable council members, 1 second, Councilman. Item number 11 in the consent agenda was asked to be removed from the administration. So with item number 11, so it's items 4 through 13 with the exception of number 11. May I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilman
Councilwoman, Council
Mendez.
President, Madam Clerk had
Yes.
not finished. His move was including the 11. She has excluded the 11, therefore, my motion to move the consent agenda, removing item 11. I said it first.
So
Thank you.
we'll just share. Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez move, second by Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President.
Make sure her name is first, please.
May I continue?
Council President, I'm
Roll
sorry.
call.
So item number 11 that was removed, is it being removed completely or it'll be brought back?
Yes, we don't have a date certain for it to be brought back.
Okay.
Okay. May I
Roll
continue?
call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 4 through 13 with the exception of item 11. Councilwoman Cotton? Consent agenda items.
Consent agenda.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, I just want to clarify something here, and I'm happy to see it. Councilman Shahid Khalik appointed 2 constable of the city of Paterson. Let's make clear this is not Passaic County Constable. That's creating a lot of confusion with the clerk, the city clerk, county clerk over there. This is appointed by us, the council, so they are Paterson constables. Okay, so saying, yes, oh yeah, there's a big issue over there too. And that we will talk later on about, Madam Corporate Counsel knows what I'm talking about, regarding the Passaic County Constable Police and Paterson Constable, City of Paterson, totally different, okay? There's an association, and this is a appointment for constable of the City of Paterson. But we will talk, I believe she did a memos or whatever regarding that. Saying that, before I vote, the 10 constables appointed by the council, they went through a extensive training, and because the pandemic that we had, they haven't received the certification, and we're going to do a nice, beautiful presentation here, and I will aware the council to, if they could attend this following week, next week, to present all the training that they went through. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Yes.
Council President,
1 second, she has to call the vote.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 4 through 13, with the exception of item 11, on the consent agenda, is hereby adopted.
Yes, Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm trying to figure out what Councilman Velez was talking about. The county, he started with, Councilman Khalid, constable. What his constable got to do with what you were talking about?
Councilwoman Cotton, I think it was a sidebar conversation that we could talk about
Well,
offline.
he said it was a sidebar, but it was a loud sound.
Council
I know,
President?
but we want to go to item number 15.
Okay.
Madam
Council
Clerk,
President,
Councilwoman Davila?
Yeah, I just wanted, if it was okay, because we have our director, our engineer here, if it was possible for us to take the items that pertain to them, and then, since they're gonna sit.
I'm gonna go to them next. I'll go to them next. I just want to take item number 15.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you read it into the record, please?
Yes, Madam President. Just 1 second. Next item on the agenda is item number 15, resolution authorizing a grant agreement with the mayors for guaranteed income administration, resolution 21101.
So moved.
Second.
This resolution is sponsored by Dr. Mims and co-sponsored by Councilman Velez.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez, Cotton, and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 15 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say this is, we're voting on the agreement for the mayor's guaranteed income. I think it's going to be coming out pretty soon. So please, everyone out there, look for it. I think it's going to be on the city website. It'll also be on the cable channel for information on how you can apply for this guaranteed income. I know that we talked last week is about 110 families that are able to get it, so please, once you find out, just apply on how it's going to be done. But the information will be on the city website, the cable channel, as much information as we can get out there to the community. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
So before I vote, I would want to say that, you know, you got more information than I did, Councilwoman Cotton, so that's a good thing. So I'm going to ask the administration to please make sure that the entire council is aware of all of the media sources that this is being put out there, which, you know, some people don't have cable, so they don't have 77. Some people have files. Maybe it's whatever, Channel 1. I think it should not only be through the Facebook page. If you look through the City of Paterson's Facebook page, you know, you don't have that much traffic in terms of, at least what I saw, and I went through the entire page today. It is informative. It does have information there, but I just don't want to just see it, oh, I put it on Facebook, oh, I did a live. It should go on the city channel, the city website. It should be a live, it should be a conference, it should be everything, northjersey.com, you know, Paterson Times, you name it, all of the sources that the people of Paterson read. That's really important. Please let us know. I'm looking forward to see this rollout. I just want to make sure that the people that need it the most within the guidelines, because I understand there's a guideline, and that people are fully informed, all right? So, you know, with that said, I'm going to support this measure at this time. I think it's an agreement that right now is needed for a lot of families. I wish it could be more families, and I wish that it could have been at the 500, because that 125, that $25 makes a difference, believe it or not, you know, from 100 to 125. But with that said, I will support this measure. My vote is yes on item number 15.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
So, you know, one, to the public, let me be clear. I really want to make sure I'm not conveying a message of just being in opposition. And Madam BA, let me apologize, because I don't want to, I mean, I don't take pleasure with being in contention, but I have a slightly different outlook or perspective, if you will. You know, this administration had taken a position that although it was permissible by the state and federal government to allow for some employees to have certain benefits during the COVID scenario, this administration had made a decision.
Councilman Jackson, just 1 second. I don't want to interrupt, but we have to ensure we have a quorum here before.
We have five.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Sorry about that, Councilman.
Sorry, Council President, it's because I had to leave for medical reason, that's why. I stated medical reason. And I spoke way before.
You did
Yes,
what?
I do. And if
I'm accustomed to being rudely interrupted during my moments of expression. But once again, this administration made a concerted effort to make sure that it disallowed for certain employees to receive benefits that was permissible, because they couldn't fairly do it across the board. And the selection of only 125 families, you know, to create a lottery frenzy for people to look forward to such a small amount, you know, I think is discouraging. But more importantly, when you talk about data, and we have data, people doing data all the time, right? If you look at the number of families or the number of individuals that receive the TRA voucher for a short period of a year and a half, or which gets extended to 2, rarely do they find an outlet to continue that benefit that helps their family continue. Rarely. You know, so what's discouraging to me is, instead of creating avenues of opportunity through employment, through economic development, economic growth, and things of that nature, we apply for a grant to disseminate amongst only a handful of residents for a short period of time. that's not going to really impact on their ongoing long-term quality of life. Would it be a short-term benefit? I mean, yes. I think that some families it may stop them from possibly avoiding a few hungry nights, but it's such a small gesture to a small amount of people. We have 180,000 potential 200,000 residents to take care of. And for us to put a focus in on 125, to start a marathon or a frenzy with the lottery scenario, it's just disappointing. I mean, I continue to be disappointed, but actually I don't, because it's expected at this point. It's expected that we don't look at the community in its entirety. It's expected that we have not come up with any plans of difference to change the everyday living circumstances of our residents, while gun violence is at a high and people are still, suffering through the conditions of what we're doing. We feel as if we throw a few bones at the community, it would change things. And there's studies that have been made, throughout the African American community for a long time, that once the implementation of the welfare services, it depreciated the family values, it depreciated the family structure, and just to have another handout doesn't show that there's some expertise that's going on within this administration. So my vote is no. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I expressed my concern in terms of a flyer, Madam VA. There was on social media with this program saying that, talking about the incentive, the $400 for the 125 residents of the city of Paterson. And if people want to apply, they're supposed to call that number or send a text and all of that. It was something like that. I received that text, and some resident, they sent me the text and they start asking me questions. And it's my understanding that right after we vote and after this passes, when people are going to start applying. So I just want to make sure that the resident of the city of Paterson get a clear understanding and also receive the information, not only through the city website, as some of the council members mentioned before, I think it was Davila, about the traffic. So I just want to make sure that we all get access to that information, to make sure that more people, that the entire city of Paterson get aware and get a fair chance to participate on that. If this is something that only 125 residents of the city of Paterson will receive the benefit. And I definitely agree with Councilman Jackson. I would like to see the administration coming out with some plan on economic development and how we're going to bring job and more, and the creation of job and more opportunity for our Pattersonia on that level. But I haven't seen that yet, but this is something that I'm not gonna say no. It's 125 residents that are going to get at least $400 a month. But on top of that, I just wanna make sure that the administration use a fair process to include everybody in this program. So I would like to follow up step by step with that. Once we get the okay, once we open the window for the resident to apply, that each council member get all the information to make sure that we could put that information out there. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I didn't mean to interrupt Councilman Jackson before. Is that at 7 o'clock, I advised the president that I had to leave, but I'll try to hold on a little bit. First of all, the gentleman innovation officer has been here all night. Thank you for looking for those constituents out there and bringing this forward. We want to see more things that benefit our constituents and the people of Paterson. Hopefully, more people from the outside are interested to invest in Paterson, to the people of Paterson this way, and making sure that it's a fair process to everyone. Saying that, this is a good start. Okay, hopefully next year, the year follow, it creates more benefit to the taxpayers. I don't want to repeat anything that it was done before, but we want to make sure that is well distributed and it falls into the people that really needs it. So those that are going to be receiving it based on the lottery, God is good. So He always supply on time. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik, we're
Thank you,
voting.
thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item number 15.
Definitely, some of the residents will benefited from this program, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So with the creation of this plan, 110 people will be awarded an opportunity to get $400 a month for 12 months. It'll be a lottery system based out of the University of Pennsylvania. And I'm praying that, once the vote is done tonight, that the portal will be made available. I made requests in the last council meetings that we will put it on our access channels, that they will do something on maybe Channel 12 and other news feeds so that people will know exactly how to apply and to be a part of this system. And I see Herschel, he's shaking his head, so I know that they are moving in that direction. And so I look forward to hearing about those residents that will be helped. We're in a pandemic, and a lot of people are in need of help financially, and we're grateful for all the help that can be provided. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 15 is hereby adopted. Madam President, if I may, since I have 6 council members, item number 24 requires 6 votes. Would you be favor so that we have 7?
Yes,
So
let's
we can
do item
take-
number 24.
Right, thank you. Next item is item number 24. Item number 24 reads, resolution authorizing transfer of transition year 2020 appropriation reserve. Finance Resolution 21110.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 24 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilwoman Cotton.
Number 24.
A minute, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilman
Councilwoman, it's item number 24. It's the resolution of the transfer.
I know.
Transfers transition year 2020.
Oh, we just-
Appropriation reserves?
No, go ahead, pass. Go ahead.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
What number is this one?
No.
24.
Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely have to vote yes. This is something important.
He voted yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, he did. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say this is just money that we're transferring from one year to the next year. My understanding,
From one account to another account.
oh, from one account to another account, okay. My vote is yes.
I'm sorry, Councilman, I was speaking.
She voted yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
My vote is yes, Madam
Madam
Clerk.
President, okay, thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 24 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, can we do item 16?
Next item is item number 16. Item number 16 reads, resolution appointing Evelyn Pena to the Paterson Housing Authority Administration, Resolution 21102.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Davila. Roll
Which
call,
one?
Madam Clerk.
Just 1 second. Roll call on item number 16. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
I think that this appointment, and the Housing Authority can definitely use someone like, Mrs. Peña. I think in her short time as a confidential aide to the appointed councilman of the Second Ward then, Chowdhury, she truly showed dedication and love to the city of Paterson, to its people. You know, I believe she is a social worker, and her compassion just, I would say, jumps out of her skin, if I could say it that way. You know, Evelyn Peña, I don't know if you're watching, but I just want to say that in tonight's appointment, I am supporting it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
This is an appointment from the administration, but Evelyn Peña have been working with the Board of
By
District.
the mayor. That's the
It
mayor's
says
appointment.
administration.
It's the mayor's appointment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's a great constituent. She works hard in the school district, and she always dedicated to the community. You know, it's gonna be a great asset for the Paterson Housing Authority. So I know she's gonna represent Paterson, the residents, the right way. So my vote is yes. Congratulations, Evelyn Peña.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes, Evelyn served as a legislative aide for Councilman Gilman Chowdhury, our forever councilman, and she did an amazing job. So I'm excited to see one of our millennials being placed in this role as a commissioner. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 16 is hereby adopted.
Item number 18, Madam Clerk.
Sure. Next item is item number 18.
Council President? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I don't know if it was an oversight, but did you intend on taking the?
I am, but they have, Public Works has a lot of items, and 2 of their items require second reading. We have to open it to the public portion, so we'll go there in a minute. I just wanted to get some of the ones that are memorializations and appointments done, and then we'll go right into Public Works.
18?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 18. Item number 18 reads, Resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Lois D. Perry, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. City Council Resolution 21-104.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Davila and Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 18 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say, on behalf of the family of Lois D. Perry, she was absolutely a wonderful lady. You know, I'm going back 40-something years with her, when she used to do youth games here for the city. Maybe some of us on the city council may not remember when Paterson had youth games where we were able to travel throughout the country and play other cities like Birmingham, Alabama, like Columbia, South Carolina. So, and Lois Perry was our bowling coach. And I can remember my little girl, Candace Cotton, was only 6 years old. She was supposed to be 9 years old in order to join the team as a bowler, but she was only 6, and she was a great bowler. And I let her go down with Lois Perry. I believe they went to Alabama, Birmingham, but also Lois Perry worked for the city health department for 42 years here in the city. So it is an honor for me to do this resolution memorializing the life and legacy of our own Lois D. Perry. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez left. Madam President?
To the amazing family, to her daughter Patricia, my heart goes out. She was such a loving woman. I wasn't able to come to the funeral due to my virtual experience with my son, but my heart goes to this great family. I've known them for a very long time. We grew up in the same neighborhood. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 19, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 19, and item number 19 reads, Resolution appointing Washington Griffin as a commissioner to the Paterson Parking Authority, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson. City Council, Resolution 21-105.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Davila, Mims, and Mendez, and Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mendez and Cotton, 1 second. Roll call on item number 19 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to Councilman Jackson that this is an excellent pick that you chose to sit on the Paterson Parking Authority. Washington Griffin, one of our former city employees. So with that being said, I know he's going to do an excellent job. Commissioner Washington Griffin. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Soon to be Commissioner Washington Griffin. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When you talk about astounding, amazing people in our community, these are the types of people that you talk about. This is the representation of excellence. This is the representation of someone who's committed to the community, who's given not only 25, 27, 28 plus years to himself, of himself as a dedicated employee, but someone who consistently continues to give, somebody who lives in the community, somebody whose children participates in various functions of this community. These are the kinds of individuals that we need to be holding positions as stakeholders. So it is a pleasure of mine to be able to appoint Mr., which I have affectionately called him for years, Mr. Butch Washington Griffin, and I'm looking forward to the work that he's about to do, and I'm just excited about this appointment. So thank you, council members, for supporting. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Yes, congratulations, Commissioner Griffin.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Item number 20, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 20, and item number 20 reads, Resolution acknowledging Women's History Month with the theme, Valiant Women of the Vote, Refusing to be Silenced, sponsored by Councilwoman Davila, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. City Council.
Second.
City
I'm
Council,
sorry.
Resolution 21-106.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 20 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman Cotton. We're voting.
Number 20. Women's History Month.
We're voting on
Number
20.
20.
She's roll
That's
call.
for Women's History Month.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just went
That's
into,
okay.
I went into a trance or something. Madam Clerk, I guess maybe because it's so late, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
So before I vote, there's so many women that I can dedicate, this resolution acknowledging all women. But I want to just, to my colleagues, to the city of Paterson, I want to dedicate this today to our deputy chief, Lourdes Phelan. Strong woman, a woman who is going through so much right now. Our captain, her husband passing away suddenly has really, it's been a loss to the city. And just recognizing that, there's so many women that go through so many things, right? But at the same time stand strong. And I'm just saying to you, Deputy Chief Lourdes Phelan, that we stand with you and we honor you as a strong woman. Madam Clerk, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting this.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
To all of our women, continue to do the great work that you're doing. I'm reminded of a quote by Shirley Chisholm that says, when one woman stands up for herself, it is like she stands up for every woman that has never stood up in their life. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 20 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, just to put on record, Corporation Council, items 22 and 23 are for the dance renewal license and dance hall. We're able to take those items together, correct? Yes. Madam Clerk, can we read 22 and 23 for vote, please?
Sure. Next items are items number 22 and 23. Item number 22 reads resolution addressing an entertainment/show license renewal for HIS Twins Incorporated, trading as Casa Montego, located at 194-196 Union Avenue in the Second Ward. Finance Resolution 21-108, and item number 23 reads resolution addressing a renewal of a dance hall license for HIS Twins Incorporated, trading as Casa Montego, located at 194-196 Union Avenue in the Second Ward. Finance Resolution 21-109.
Second.
I move it, but,
Discussion.
discussion,
Moved
sure.
by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilwoman Mims. Discussion.
Discussion.
Councilman Kalik.
Madam President, I asked for discussion first.
Okay, Councilwoman Davila, then
Okay.
Councilman Kalik, and then Councilman Mendez.
So to my constituents who are watching in the Second Ward, specifically the Linwood area, I received, and I really want to put on record the message, the last message that I got. I reached out after Councilman Kalik, who represents the Second Ward, and I, as well as at large, spoke to the owners after they coming before us. I put it on record that I never met them before, did not know that they were the owners. Another individual presented themselves as such. With that said, constituents have been watching the meetings, and I reached out to say that Councilman Kalik, along with the owners, wanted to do a friendly neighborly meeting, you know, to come together and have a conversation. At that time, the response was, I've been watching the meetings, I know where this is gonna go. You as the council have the responsibility with the proof, because the proof we have. I have the videos to show the abrupt nights through pandemic, so many things. But with that said, it is obvious to me that if there was a motion and a second, I could already see where this is going. I cannot support something that I know that we continuously talk about, quality of life, but we are doing nothing about it, even when we have the proof. So I just wanted to put that on record and just say that I did try to meet, but when I saw that the constituents did not want to meet with this business, because they just felt that the council was gonna just, doesn't matter. They said, we're not gonna waste our Sunday to do that. So, you know, I do want to just put on record that Councilman Kalik did reach out. He was out there, he goes, let's go, but what was the point of meeting just with the owners when we already had a council meeting here? So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you very much, Council President.
Councilman Kalik, and then Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. On item 23, there is an attachment of the police report from last year. There were 13 calls. 8 of them were noise complaint between 8 o'clock to 11 p.m. There was the period when people couldn't gather inside, and the government allowed those people to be outside. I don't know the owner of those people, but I think I reached out to some of the constituents as well. Nobody wanted to meet with them. You know, I had only phone conversation with the owner of the lady. I think these violations are serious, noise complaint, But at the same time, the owner assured me that, you know, the reason the sound was so loud out there, because they were outside. Since they've been inside, you know, I haven't had any phone calls or anything like that. And also, the place is on the dead end section of the city. If anything goes on, quality of life complaint, noise, parking violation, anything, the administration, meaning our Department of Police, has to enforce the law there. Correct? So, I mean, we cannot just shut down businesses out there, because there were some complaint there. And I think we need to be more conscious about those businesses. At the same time, I don't know these people. You know, I never been to that place. I don't know the owner. At the same time, what I have seen, we gotta be responsible. We gotta give the same treatment to every businesses out there. At the same time, I think there are more serious accusation or serious violation on many other businesses, same type of businesses, but we ignore them. I represent Second Ward. I want Second Ward to be quiet, but at the same time, I want to give everybody the same opportunity to do their business. That's how I feel as a business owner. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President.
Oh,
You vote?
Councilman Mendez, did you have something? No, we're discussion.
Oh, we're in discussion, okay.
Yeah, sorry,
All right,
Councilman
I
Mendez.
was under the impression for a minute that we
Not
passed
yet.
that and we were roll call. I know
That's what he
it's,
said. I'm gonna leave it at that.
it's
He
getting a
voted.
little late and I'm just concerned for the DPW
They're
crew
next. Once
and
you-
yeah,
once-
but we're going right after, so, but you know what, let me just say this, and I asked for the floor during the discussion, just to say this. I think that the last time I saw the owners of that establishment, it was the first time, I don't really know, I never been on that area, but I hear the councilman of the Second Ward concerned. Now, what they came in is, we find out that they have a manager, they have a staff in place. So my recommendation was to put all the lists of call for service that they have a copy of that, and to put a plan together on how they're gonna address that problem, because it's a problem. There was around 90 call for service on that whole list. So, you know, with that being said, we're not in the business of closing establishment here as a governing body, but definitely this is a very important conversation that we should have with every business owner in the city of Paterson, because you have to be a good neighbor. You need to be able to operate your business, keeping in mind that you have residents living around your area, and that's because of planning and zoning, the way the city is. You know, we have a lot of business in the residential area, but they're there. So we have to work together. I think that I was expecting to see the owner of the establishment here tonight, because I was very serious on that, but since I remember that, not, you know, but yes, but we're voting on their license, so it was a good idea for them to be here, but I know that the councilman was in the community having conversation with the residents that live around the business. So I just want to say that, and you know, for those business owners, please, you know, I hope that they follow my recommendation, and it's to just sit down with their team, with the staff that running that place, and get that list of call for service and address those problems to make sure that they don't have this, to make sure that we're not gonna see them again next year here at the council. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, roll call on items number 22 and 23. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say that I believe that the constituents in the neighborhood should have met. I can clearly say that I had a situation like that, and with the help of my chief of staff, Della Fisher, we put together a meeting with the community at the area. Everybody had this man's, they have his phone number now. They have his phone number. So when things go wrong, they can call him. Before they didn't have nothing to be able to reach out. And I just want to thank Chief of Staff Della Fisher for helping me putting that together for our ward. Sometimes you have to do your best to, and that Councilman Kalik said that, you know, I'm telling you, a lot of these businesses have struggled so bad here in the city with the pandemic. I mean, like really bad. So we have to do our best to see how we can make it work for them, and in the community too. You too can help make it work with them. Like I said, the one business that I had, he was truly, truly sincere about making sure that his business was going to get right. He was very sincere about it. And seeing the people that were here last week, I can see that some of the things that were happening there, they did not know. I think that they're going to take better control of it now, and I believe that we're going to see something differently happen over there, because now they're going to be more in touch. But community out there, community members, you got to go to them, you got to talk to them and let them know. And I know they're going to have an open mind of listening, because they need to stay in business to live too. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, hopefully it's going to work out. But like Councilman Kalik said, we'll see next year. But I believe that they're going to do their best to make sure that they try to get this right. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Something's gotta give. Good afternoon, Councilwoman. I watched the council meeting on Tuesday, last week. Having a friendly meeting with the owners of the bar are not going to resolve our issues, in my opinion. To me, it's the job of the council to look at the evidence and either approve the entertainment and dance hall license or not. With the exception of you, Councilwoman, it is clear to me where this is going. It seems to me they're going to approve the entertainment and dance hall license. If they do, it's very clear that business comes before quality of life. I also questioned the couple that showed up and identified themselves as the owners. It seems like they hire people to run that bar, and they're not aware of what's going on in there, which is fine as long as they take responsibility for what's going on. Once again, I'd like to thank you for your work. This is just some of the messages and videos that I have, and the months of having officers go out there, call after call, and nothing being done. I have to stand with the constituency. I cannot support, and I'm telling you, when I said something's gotta give, we can't be asking, our different departments and ABC and the quality of life team to go out there, depending on which side it is and who do you know, it's okay. So here it is for me, months and months, and I'm asking my colleagues to at least consider, okay, that we have to start somewhere, but no. I see where it's going, just like the constituents who have written to me. I gotta take a stance. I'm standing with the people, and guess what? It's not that I'm not being friendly to businesses. Everybody's hurting. My vote is no on items 22 and 23 to renew the entertainment and dance hall license.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it is true what the constituent has written to Councilwoman Davila.
Would you like to see?
No, I trust you, of course. I just wanted to give you the pleasure of being in my shoes once in a lifetime. 8 in favor, 1 against. But it's unfortunate, Councilwoman, because I hear you loud and clear. I hear you. And I'm also, trying to acknowledge and understand the circumstances that the business owners are put in. They have a long history in the city. They were owners of another location, and when you look at the track record of the other location, it does not reflect anything along the lines of what this short period of time that they have this place listed as. So it doesn't talk about a habitual track record. It talks about, business owners who made an investment in this community, who are trying their best to feel their way through this community and also, you know, make a living. And, you know, we have to come to terms with the fact that the status quo in the city has become acceptable. Just today, I was at the corner of Memorial Drive and Market Street. I was at a red light. Opposite me was a red light as well. 4, 5 motorcycle riders, one riding on a four-wheeler with no helmet, all decided during the red light, while traffic was going by, that they're just gonna go obey the stop sign, drive through traffic, around cars. And, you know, it talks about a culture that has been cultivated here. And it comes a time when, you know, enforcement and, you know, priorities of this administration have to be held accountable. We can't hold the business owner accountable because they have a difficult time policing the exterior. One, businesses are not accountable for policing the exterior. They're accountable for policing what goes on inside. And I completely understand your position, Councilwoman, but I definitely want to give the business owners an opportunity, considering they're new business owners in that location, and there's mirrored conditions only 1 block away. So we can't, like, measure people with different measuring sticks. If we're gonna hold them accountable to certain things, I think we should hold all businesses accountable to the same things. And, you know, we gone through this before, where we had constituents come here and line up in the masses, saying that people were defecating on their front lawns, people taking their parking spaces and things of that nature. And, you know, we saw it fit that those business owners was allowed to at least find a way to make you know, to mend the relationship with the community. I think these business owners deserve the same opportunity. And, you know, if you don't mind, I would be in support of this item at this time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that definitely our business owner in the city of Paterson, they've been going through a very difficult time due to this pandemic. And I also believe that as a business owner, you have to be a good neighbor. I remember there was a situation with a business in the third ward. I was a councilman at large back then. But I insisted to putting that meeting together with the business owner and the community. And now we resolved the problem. And that's one of the best establishments in our community, in our city, with more than 30 Paterson employees. So I think that my recommendation to the owner of this business is to make sure that they follow the plan on how they're going to address the quality of life issues that is happening around, but also, more importantly, that I know the business owner, they're responsible to what happened inside the business, and enforcing is the law to keep the city under control. What happened outside the business, we have the police department. We got to make sure that we, you know, no break for those people that are breaking the law. There's a lot of illegal activity in our community that we have to follow those illegal activity. But legitimate business, people that are doing business in good faith in the city, at least we have to give them the chance. I will say this again. I was hoping to see the owner of this establishment here because it's important. We're voting on the license, but it's my hope that they follow that plan. It's definitely my hope. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
And so I want to commend the business owners who were here last week, and they came before us and questions were asked, and they, you know, they answered those questions. But I also want to commend Councilman Kalik, who stated to the business owners that he would go and have a meeting, and I thank him for even reaching out to us as councilwomen at large to come to that meeting as well. Unfortunately, I could not go because I was on my way to the airport to pick someone up, so I was not able to go. But I did have an opportunity to go to the business. When we are going through a pandemic, I remember the business owners stating some of the shortcomings because of loss of revenue and loss of finance. also understand the concerns of the residents, which is somewhat enforcement as well. So just in the days to come and in the months to come, possibly a continued working relationship with the business owners and the community is definitely needed. But I definitely want to make sure we support our businesses, especially someone that's been in this community for a very long time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Items 22 and 23 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do our second reading ordinances, please?
Yes, Madam President. Next item is our second reading ordinances, and item number 1 for second reading, public hearing is required, and item number 1 reads an ordinance updating Paterson Code Section 433 regarding stormwater control. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21007.
Move it.
Second. Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call.
No, the public hearing is now open.
Public hearing is now open.
See no one, move to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk,
To close the public hearing.
to close the public hearing.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 1, Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is closed. Now closed for item number 1.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call in item number 1 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
This item was discussed in committee. This item was also discussed in workshop. First reading, second reading, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
We want to stay in compliance with the New Jersey Clean Waterways. It is not an option, it is a mandate by the legislature, and so we want to ensure that we follow that. And I'm grateful to see a clearly defined plan that's in place to take us out throughout the course of the years to make sure that we take care of the pollution that's in our water stream. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk, on
Next-
second reading.
Yes, next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of 18th Avenue and East 33rd Street. Department of Public Works Ordinance number 21008.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Davila. Madam Clerk, can we open the public hearing, please?
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing.
Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 2.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call in item number 2 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
This has been a long time awaiting. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I definitely would like to say that I was very pleased to collaborate with this and the DPW committee, and definitely, Councilwoman Means and I, we've been having a very long conversation about this, and it's definitely here. And there's more four-way stop control on 18th Avenue, 17th Avenue that are on the pipeline. We're looking forward to have that discussion and to take action immediately, especially on 11th Avenue and East 80. There's been a lot of accident there. We need to take action on that. We have a school 26 right there, right down there on 11th Avenue, and people are speeding like there's no control in that section. And route by East 34, 35th, 36, on the way to Route 20, people are speeding, and we're looking forward to have all those sections included in this project. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
It's been over 2.5 years that I've been advocating for this to be done. The residents, they were watching the last meeting And I'm sure they're watching tonight, and they're super excited that this is going to get done. I want to thank the administration, DPW committee, to our DPW director, and to our engineer to make this happen. There's been accidents and so many concerns with some of our seniors in that area. I'm so glad that I was able to advocate on behalf of the residents over in that community, and I can't wait for 20 days, and I'll be right there with DPW, putting those stop signs and cement in the ground. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
First reading, item number 3, Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
next item is our first reading item, ordinance, item number 3. For first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 435-11 regarding types of sidewalks pavement, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call in item number 3 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
This is item number 3.
Number
Yes.
3 is the,
First reading. Types
So-
of payment, the sidewalk payment.
Yeah, I know we're in roll call, but I would like to make sure, Director, if possible, we want to see some, to address a few things. One, the mandate on what is to happen when someone violates the code. What happens now, and since we don't have an inspector, it never gets abated. They rip a sidewalk, put it back in place without, no guarantees on whether or not they follow the proper code. And, they go out there, recite it, they might pay a bill, as someone said earlier, as its cost of doing business, but they are never forced to rip it out to make sure it's done properly. We'd like to see if we can add that to this ordinance, as well as possibly looking at, through the inspection process, acquiring a city stamp. A lot of other municipalities, they have a city stamp that they stamp each square, if you will, and it just lets you know that when they did the work, it was in fact inspected by a city official. And even if it's something small, something stamped that we can place and put in place, because we have rogue people just doing whatever they want to do here. They'll rip, and replace the sidewalk, not do it as per code. And, we'd like to see if we can make these adjustments if possible. Maybe we can have a discussion through the week. So, in the meantime, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yeah, very good suggestion, Councilman Jackson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of March 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we go to item number 26?
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 26, and item number 26 reads, Resolution authorizing additional funding for the contract with Montana Construction Corp., Inc. for the emergency sewer lateral repairs. Bid number 20.13 for the Division of Engineering and the Department of Public Works, Resolution
So moved.
21112.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 26 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
I want to say to our engineer Fred and our DPW director, this is for emergency sewer repair. I remember did we ask you for a list, or can I look at the list that I received?
Councilwoman Cotton,
I
they
know,
can't
but-
answer. We're in the middle of roll call.
Well, no, they
would've
passed, didn't pass me.
Okay.
Right. Because I need to know, because that's all. I mean, I should have said let's question before we went to roll call.
We're in roll call.
But,
You passed, Councilwoman Khan?
She passed.
Yes, I passed.
Okay, Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
It's $400,000. Yeah, but where's the damn list? I bet,
You don't see the attachments? Is there any attachments?
As we move forward, I would like to see a better resolution for some of these underground sewer complications that we're having. And also, Director, I had asked for a list of of all of these sites that the emergency repair work had to be done. I mean, I know I'm just making it, to bring it back to your attention again, just so we can, if possible, Mr. Mulgrew, sometime in the future, just forward that to me. But in the meantime, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk, this was discussed in committee, and my vote is yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Khan?
I just want to say to constituents out there, this is a drop in the bucket of what we really need to get our sewer fixed. I think this is 665,000 or 440-something thousand. Whatever one it is, constituents, this is just a drop in the bucket of what we need to get done, so. And I know we gotta get them fixed, and we gotta get them fixed, because people are just upset about all these sewers that are so collapsing so bad throughout, they're collapsing so bad throughout our entire city, our sewers are collapsing. With that being said, then, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 26 is hereby adopted.
Item 27, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 27. Item number 27 reads, resolution authorizing additional funding for the contract with J.R. Halftech Company, Inc. for the emergency sewer main repairs and replacement, bid number 20.07, for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 21113.
So move it.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
1 second. Roll call on item number 27 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, constituents, but this is the difference between sewer repairs and emergency sewer repairs. There's two different. So I know we got to get them done. I mean, one emergency can take the whole lump sum of money. One emergency. With that being said, we got to get them done. So my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 27 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On item number 25, I know that we have one of our council members that has recused herself. Can we do item 25, which is the last item on the agenda for tonight, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 25, resolution authorizing award of contract to the Passaic County Community College for EMS class training of 25 new firefighter candidates. Fire, Resolution 21-111.
So moved. Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do we have?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 25 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davila recused herself from item number 25. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Number 25?
Do I vote?
25. Yes, your turn.
My vote
sir.
is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
This item is to ensure that our firefighters get the proper equipment that they need. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor.
You and I are on the text with somebody.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davila, recused herself from item number 25. 3 absent. Item number 25 is hereby adopted.
We have a motion to close.
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of March 9, 2021.
Oh, goodness.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think, some of these guys they're gonna have to stay here for some of these, they're gonna have to finish out some of these meetings. They can't be leaving all the time on council meetings. Some of them are gonna have to stay, but with that being said, I wanna wish all my ladies out there, a happy International Women's Month, the month of March. We go in from Black History Month in February into Women's Month in March, and then we do Poetry Month in April. But to all my beautiful ladies out there, I just want to wish you a happy International Women's Month and enjoy the rest of your month. Also, I'd just like to give out my condolences to the Cornelius Hill family. He is known as a photographer here in the city. He has passed away. He's everywhere, always taking pictures for all kind of community events. So they're gonna have his funeral on Tuesday, March 16th at Corny Bragg's Funeral Home. From 3 to 5 is visitation. Services will be at 5. You know, also a dear friend of mine, and I go back with her, I guess she saw me grow up. And my condolences to Reverend Shelley Mack. She passed away this morning. So I want to extend my condolences to her family. She's really a good singer. Most people remember her as singing, but I just want to say that my condolences to the family. I'll let you know when the funeral service is going to be. Also to our Deputy Chief, Chief Palin, on the passing of her husband suddenly. So my condolences to our Deputy Chief. She's our first female Deputy Chief. And I want to let her know that I know all of us here in the City Council sends our condolences, and we're here for you. We're here for everyone in the city. Sometimes people may not think so, but we really are here for everyone. And I want to say, before I finish, to my Corporation Counsel, Farrah Irving, I know it was a short sting, as they would say, but let me tell you something, I truly enjoy working with you. You know, I always say to people, never stop someone from growing, or never stop someone from becoming or going somewhere, because you never know where it would lead you. But I want to say to you, I enjoy working with you. I wish you well, and I know you will do well, because I know we enjoyed you here, and I know I enjoyed you here. So I want to say God bless you. I wish you well on your new endeavor that you're going to. So with that being said, to you all out there, I want to say God bless you all. You know, just remember one thing, we're still in this pandemic. Please get yourself tested whenever you can. There's so many places around that you can't go get tested. And pretty soon the vaccination will going to be coming around for others, for the younger people under 65. So please, make sure, just still keep getting tested to make sure that you're safe. And with that being said, I want you all to stay safe, be blessed. God bless you all out there in the city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davila?
I mentioned it earlier, you know, we lost a giant in Captain Phelan, and once again, you know, our condolences to the entire family, as well as to the Cornelius Hill's family as well, and to all of those mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters that have lost loved ones, either due to this pandemic or something associated with it, or a senseless shooting. My heart goes out to all of you. To all the women, you know, our day is every day, you know, Mother's Day is every day, Father's Day is every day. But it's nice, you know, to be recognized, and, you know, we've appointed some great young ladies, you know, tonight. We look forward, you know, to seeing them do what they do best in these different commissions. To Lizzie, beautiful Lizzie, when I was doing very ill, she surprised me in the hospital. I had surgery, it was going, I was like out of it.
And here it is, almost 9 o'clock, and I look up and she walks into the room, and, visiting hours were over at 8. I said, how did you get in here? And she goes, I did what I had to do. Bought me magazines and just sat there and we chatted for a little, and it was really nice. And I know that she's been ill. Unfortunately, we have not, because of the pandemic, I haven't been able to do that for her, but at least as a council, we were able to move in action, something that has never been done through resolutions. And I just look forward in April to giving her that full recognition. Corporation Council, I know you're gonna be fine wherever you go. You leave your footprints and you keep walking. So good luck to you. We still got some pending stuff, so I still got you for 2-3 more days. So to my colleagues, I'm a little upset today in terms of, one action, but even in the best families, you fight, right? But you still love one another. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Yes, I said it. At the end of the day, you never know if you wake up tomorrow. So with that said, it's midnight. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be very brief as possible. Obviously, I make a consistent, concerted effort to make sure that I'm here in representation of the community at all times. I would be remiss if I allowed the vote that we just approved a moment ago to pass without re-mentioning and holding this administration accountable for the mistreatment of firefighter Hunt. I'm going to implore my council colleagues, especially from those of the, certain communities, we need to stand in solidarity with this young man. He's an excellent person, and the sentiments that he can no longer be a licensed EMT is completely incorrect. He's working as an EMT right now, and yet he's being denied an opportunity to provide a living for his family. There's always circumstances that happen. He was obviously caught in an unfortunate circumstance, but yet there's been other instances, and I don't want to go into that, but I definitely think that this young man deserves our support. He deserves us rallying on his behalf. And when we have people who are put on the sidelines and treated this way, if we don't rally on their behalves, their cries will go unheard. So with that being said, I'm hoping that I compel each of you to inquire more. If you need more information, I'll be happy to provide it. And lastly, Corporation Council, I as well wish you well. And I hope your future endeavors is well for you. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to wish you well as well, Corporate Council. I'm going to miss you in the second ward. And my heartfelt condolences to the families who have lost someone last week. Mr. Phelan, Mr. Hill, I know a couple of other families as well. Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, I would like to take this time to express my deepest condolences to Captain Jeff Phelan, who passed away, and also let's keep our great friend Darren Walton, the sheriff Darren, in our prayers since he lost his daughter. That was a tragedy. So it's definitely, let's keep those family in our prayers, and any other family that have lost a loved one, please. Also to our Corporation Council, it was a great honor to work with you. You were very professional. You're always on the right side, giving us right advice, and definitely I appreciate it. And I will, definitely wish you the best of luck on your future endeavor. You are a third ward resident, and I'm a phone call away from you. Just don't ever forget that I'm a phone call away from you. and I wish you the best of luck. You know, you are very professional, and I know you definitely will do well. You know, and to our Paterson residents, I know we're facing many challenges, and I think that the key for us to pass this situation is by working together, by working in collaboration with all the different departments. Today we have a very extensive meeting at the DPW committee meeting, talk about what's going on with Roselli, what's going on with that company, and there's a lot of good ideas, and it's my hope and my dream to see Paterson picking up their own garbage here in the city of Paterson. I know it's doable. We're going to continue the conversation. We're going to put a plan in place, a pilot program, but step by step, we're going to get there. All right, let's just keep working together. And also, dumping in Paterson is incredible what happened in Paterson. People dumping garbage left and right in the city. To our corporation council, I know we have this conversation. Also, that's something that we have in mind. We have to continue working to increase those fines. People are coming from out of town, just dumping garbage in every corner of the city of Paterson. And this is something that we have to address. I'm always saying that enforcement is the key for us to clean the city and organize the city. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, and before I vote, I'm very satisfied with this situation about the mayor, you know, try to veto, or you know, our idea to dismantle the sewer utility. And I think that we did the right thing tonight at this governing body, fighting back. That's not the right way to approach this council. I think that in order for us to move the city forward, we're gonna have to work together. And the residents of the city of Paterson, they've been suffering for over 2 years with these high increases on their sewer bill from 126 to 580, 600. And we have not seen a plan in front of this council. I was not a council member after they approved this here, and I came to the podium not to ask the administration or the governing body to dismantle the utility, but for them to look at it, to make change, to correct the problem, and they never done that. I hope that moving forward in the future, they present a plan that really benefit the Paterson resident and the taxpayer. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So first, let me say thank you to Councilwoman Cotton for the beautiful bouquet of flowers. My Thelma to my Louise, thank you so much. Also to Madam Corporation Counsel Farah, the last 18 months has been amazing. Thank you for your wisdom, your guidance. We are fellow third wardians, so I am sure that I will see you whether it is in the community or through the church. We will definitely have our communication, but thank you for bringing a level of excellence to the city of Paterson. It will never be forgotten. Thank you so much for that. Congratulations to all of our March Employees of the Month. Well deserved. Thank you to all the department heads that made great selections. We honor all of you. I also want to congratulate all of those individuals that were selected tonight and appointed as commissioners and constables. Congratulations, and make sure you fight on behalf of the residents of the great city of Paterson. Also, I want to give my heartfelt condolences out to the children and the family of Reverend Shelby Mack. Reverend Shelby will be greatly missed. She was a pillar in our community. I remember her from 12th Ave days and so many different occurrences where she sang like there was no tomorrow, and you always knew that she was present. She will definitely be missed. We're praying for her family. Also praying for our Deputy Chief Lourdes Fallon and the loss of her great husband, who had an amazing sense of humor. He will be greatly missed. We're praying for the family and the fellow Paterson's finest as we go through this great loss. And then to Under Sheriff Walton, who is a great pillar in our community. Even though he works for the Passaic County Sheriff Department, he has been a blessing to all of us. And so we mourn with all of these families, and there's so many other families. Over the last few days, there's been back-to-back deaths. I mean, unexpected, and then even with the violence. So I'm praying with these warm days, I'm praying to this community that the senseless violence is stopped. As the days get warmer, we know it's like an open door for this type of behavior. And I'm praying because there are many, many children and many of our young adults that need to live to see their future. So I pray for our community. I pray for all of our families. I pray for those that are sick and shut in and those that are grieving. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for always being here to make sure we stay in alignment to the Robert Orders of Rules. Thank you to our Sophia for being here, to our Chief of Staff, to our BA, to our CFO, and as well to, I see the aides that are here. DPW is here, as well as our police officers. We thank you, and Paterson, and Ermelinda for our stenographer, and Ming, I think Ming is on the video. We thank you for your due diligence on tonight and making sure that we can get this communicated to the great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The regular meeting of March 9, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.